Hello, hello. Welcome back to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call From. Hey, what up, chat? How's it going? What up, Sue? How's it going? All right. Court's a little bit late today, if you will, but it be like that sometimes. I guess better late than never, as one can say. All right, let me go. Thank you, Sue. Highly appreciate that. Daily Heart. All right. Let's see. Let's get the chat going over here, if you will.
All right, looks like we do have the interpreter on the line. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you okay.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. My Lopez court interpreter. My apologies. I couldn't unmute.
No problem. So I'm going to go ahead and do my initial advisement, and we'll go ahead and call in our two interpreter matters that we have here, okay?
What up, Shelby? How's it going?
All right, good morning. This is Commissioner Procco, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 15, 2025.
Buenos días, yo soy la comisionada Procco. Esta es la comparecencia inicial del 15 de mayo del 2025 a las 8 de la mañana.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes de toma de ADN y huellas dactilares que se tomaron al primero del mes aplican a todas las audiencias de hoy.
What up, Lisa?
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom in here.
Cuando oigan su nombre, por favor pasen al estado que está aquí al centro de la sala.
At the end of your hearing today, you will be given some paperwork, and that will contain all of the information we review, so your next court dates as well as all of your release conditions.
Cuando se vayan, se les va a entregar un documento que contiene toda la información de la audiencia de hoy, incluyendo su siguiente audiencia y los horarios y demás.
What up,
Please
Lisa?
keep in mind you do have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in here is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court
What up,
proceeding.
Brett? What up, Christy G?
Recuerden que tienen derecho a no declarar nada. Todo lo que digan se está grabando, tanto como audio y video. Entonces pueden no decir nada en su audiencia.
We're going to start today with Miguel Quiroz. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
Miguel Quiroz, si puede pasar al frente.
What up, Boston guy? What up, Chantel? What up, Sancho 310? Hey, Carl. Thank you. Highly appreciate that, Daily Heart. Highly appreciate that.
Sir, please state your full name and your date of birth.
Señor, deme su nombre completo.
Miguel Ángel Oropesa Quiroz.
Miguel Ángel Oropesa Quiroz. Su fecha de nacimiento.
Septiembre 29 del 89.
September 29th, 89.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case that'll be out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are 2 counts that have been submitted.
Está aquí porque tiene un caso nuevo en su contra, tiene 2 acusaciones. Se levantaron las acusaciones en el Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa.
1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, which is a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs is a Class 4 felony.
Una es por tenencia de droga narcótica para la venta, que es delito de categoría 2. La segunda acusación es por tenencia de la droga narcótica, es delito de categoría 4.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You currently have 2 court dates set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Se le ha nombrado un abogado de oficio para representarlo en su caso. Va a tener 2 audiencias, ambas se llevarán a cabo en el centro de Phoenix en el Tribunal Superior.
That's a status conference May 21 and a preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30 a.m.
Una va a ser una audiencia de actualización el 21 de mayo. La segunda es una audiencia preliminar el 23 de mayo y las 2 son a las 8:30 de la mañana.
What up, both Megans?
You do have a bond in this matter. That's a $25,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Se le ha fijado una fianza en su caso de $25,000 y es únicamente en efectivo para asegurar su comparecencia.
What up, Nikki?
Your release conditions include the terms that you are not to possess any weapons or have any contact with any witness or co-defendant.
Naomi, thank you for that daily heart.
Sus
Tatted
medidas
vet.
cautelares son, si sale en libertad no puede tener en su poder ninguna arma y no puede tener ningún contacto con víctimas ni agentes policiales.
That would include contact with Mr. Lizarago, who we were just sitting next to back there. You cannot have contact with him.
Esto va a incluir al señor Lizárraga con el que estaba sentado ahí hace un momento. No puede tener ningún contacto con él.
What up, Click?
This information will be included in your paperwork, but do you have any questions regarding anything I've gone through?
Toda esta información está en los documentos que le van a dar. ¿Tiene alguna duda sobre lo que repasé con usted?
What up, Tracy?
Está bien, ok.
No, it's fine.
All right, so if you want to go and step over, you can go and have a seat. Thank you.
Puede
What up,
pasar a
Jonathan?
sentarse, gracias.
All right, Ramon Lizarago, you're up next.
Ramón Lizárraga puede pasar.
And perfectly, thank you for that daily heart. Highly appreciate that. Bet Boys, thank you for the follow. I think that's what it says.
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
¿Su nombre completo, señor?
Ramón Fernando Ochoa Lizárraga.
Ramón Fernando Ochoa Lizárraga. Su fecha de nacimiento.
Septiembre 23 de 83.
September 23rd of 83.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court as well. You have the same 2 counts here that I just went over.
Hey, thank you, Sancho.
Señor,
Highly
tiene
appreciate
usted un
that.
caso nuevo en el Tribunal Superior. Tiene usted las 2 mismas acusaciones que acabo de repasar con el señor anterior.
Thank you, Tracy.
1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, that is a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony.
Una es por tenencia de droga narcótica para la venta, que es delito de categoría 2, y la otra acusación es por tenencia de droga narcótica, que es delito de categoría 4.
The Legal Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and you currently have 2 court dates set at the Superior Court in downtown
I
Phoenix.
think so.
Tiene usted 2 audiencias en el Tribunal Superior de Phoenix que están en el centro. Se le ha nombrado un abogado de oficio para su representación.
I think that's his
The
crime
status
partner.
conference May 21 and a preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30 a.m.
Tiene una audiencia de actualización el día 21 de mayo y el día 23 de mayo tiene una audiencia preliminar. Ambas son a las 8:30 de la mañana.
The bond in your matter is a $25,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Se le ha fijado una fianza en su caso de $25,000. Es únicamente en efectivo para asegurar su comparecencia.
Your release terms include the orders that you are not to possess any weapons or have any contact with any witness or co-defendant in your matter.
Sus medidas cautelares, si sale en libertad, son que no puede tener en su poder ninguna arma y no puede tener contacto en lo absoluto con ningún testigo ni con ningún coacusado en el caso.
That does include Mr. Quiroz, who is just in the courtroom.
Eso incluye al señor Quiroz, que acaba de pasar antes que usted.
But he's my
Do you have any
friend.
questions regarding any of this information?
¿Tiene alguna duda sobre esta información?
No, todo bien.
No, everything's fine.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up your paperwork there. Thank you.
Puede recoger sus documentos y pasar a sentarse.
All right, Ms. Lopez, those were the only 2 matters that I had marked as interpreter cases, but could you just double check to make sure there's no one else here who does need your assistance today?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguna persona que necesite ayuda en español? Si requiere español, levante la mano, por favor.
What up, Debs?
All right, no hands? All right, looks like that was everybody. Thank you so much.
Oh, I love no
Thank
hands.
you, Your Honor.
My favorite.
All right, so let's go ahead and proceed with Nicholas Pullen. After that, it's going to be Luis Lopez Gutierrez.
All right, let me adjust my picture. Yeah.
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
What up, Blues?
7 Pullen, 5283.
Thank you, sir. So you're here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. This is for an indictment that's been filed. The charges in that indictment are 1 count of aggravated harassment. That's a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, also a Class 5 felony. So in this matter, the offense date is February 6, 2025. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed here to represent you. And your court dates at this time are going to be an arraignment hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. You also have an evidentiary hearing set, also on May 22nd.
Open your eyes, ese.
So the reason you have the 2 court dates instead of just that arraignment hearing is because you are being held without bond at this time. So in Arizona, if you commit a new felony offense while being on felony release, which technically you were, given that you had that, or given that you were in custody, I understand at the time this offense allegedly occurred, this does still apply to you. So I do show you were on felony release under orders in 2025-105411, so you are being held without bond at this time.
What about now?
So
Is this better?
That evidentiary hearing that we set, that's in order to address that status, your non-bondable status. Okay. Your orders still include that you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim. So that includes whether
like
you're
this
in
or like
custody
this
or out of custody through third parties, through social media, nothing. Okay. Go
Hey,
ahead.
what
Do
up,
you have a
Steven?
question?
Mary?
What about my children?
Emily?
Can I talk to them?
At this point, you cannot have any contact with any alleged victim. I don't know who the alleged victims are in this case. I don't know what the
Yeah,
order
my
of protection covers in this case because I only have a grand jury
Oh,
warrant
thank you,
here.
Pumpkin.
My kids
So
aren't
as long as you're complying with the orders that you've been given here, you're fine. But you cannot contact the victim at this time to facilitate that.
Yeah.
Okay?
This
All
is
right, if you wanna
this
go
is
and
a
step over,
live
all that
video,
information will be in your paperwork as well.
if you will.
All right, so we have Luis Lopez
Naomi,
Gutierrez, and
thank
then
you.
Cody Forrester will be up after that.
Next! Up next on The Price is Wrong. Let's
All right,
see.
so
He
your
looks
full name and date of
kind of
birth.
young.
Luis Lopez, 5896.
All right,
Good morning,
thank
Your
you, sir. So you are here for a grand jury warrant as well. In your matter, there's been an indictment that's been filed. It alleges 2 counts of aggravated DUI, wrong-way
Is this
driving,
happening right
class 4
now?
felonies, and 1 count of
hope
resisting
so.
arrest, a class 1 misdemeanor. The date of offense for all 3 counts is going to be August 15 of 2024. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have an arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30 a.m., and that would be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I did affirm the bond that was in your warrant. That's a $10,000 secured appearance bond. I know you've already got some other bonds that are already in place, so this would be in addition to those other bonds you have, okay? Any questions regarding that?
When August 15th I arrived here, I paid a $2,500 bond cash. What happens to that bond now?
Talk to your attorney about that.
Okay.
Yeah, talk to your attorney. So obviously what happened is they didn't file the charges right away, okay?
What up, Sarah?
Those charges have now been filed as of May 13th, okay?
Okay.
When this warrant was issued. So talk to your attorney about any prior bond that you posted with respect to these charges,
Okay.
okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
What up, Panda?
All right, so we have Cody Forrester, and then Rhea Johnston will be up after that.
You got to remember when people drink, they're not in the right state of mind and they can't control themselves. Not an excuse, but I'm just giving a point of view, if you will.
All right, so
What up,
your full
Gingers?
name and date of birth?
Cody Forrester, 8/14/1990.
All right, sir, you've got 2 separate cases here today. I'm going to start with the new case that you have out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of taking identity of another, which is a class 4 felony. That was the only count I was able to find probable cause on here today. They did submit 2 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, which I did not find probable cause on, which does not mean those
Thank you,
charges
Jody.
are going away, but
What
they
up, user?
filed it under the wrong subsection, frankly. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set May 21 with a preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30, and that's going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. Based on a review of your history, which includes a number of prior felony convictions, including the fact that you're on probation with a pending petition to revoke, you do have a bond. That's a $7,500 secured appearance bond. Your orders include the instructions that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant in this matter. Now, your probation case is also here today because a warrant was issued for a petition to revoke. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30. And then in that matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $400 secured appearance bond, so $7,900 total for both.
What up,
If you
Tammy?
do post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
What's on your
All right, so
shirt?
if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. We've got Ms. Johnston after that, Angelique Hernandez.
One time for user.
Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Rachel Johnson, 5/17/96.
All right, thank you. So you are here on a bond surrender, so it looks like you were brought in by the company that posted or assisted you in posting
Yeah.
that bond. So in this matter, I do still have to set another hearing for you. Yeah, I guess we can label this a non-witness violation hearing. Does this need to be a non-witness, or do we need to do a status conference?
They might be having something going around in that jail right there, so
Oh, it's what the heck, okay, all right.
they're trying to
You've
contain
got the
it.
hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30. That'll be your non-witness violation hearing now. And in this matter, you're basically back to square one. You still have a $5,000 secured appearance bond that does have to be posted in this case. Okay,
Yeah.
so same release conditions you had before. All right, any questions regarding that?
It said like probation violation before. Is that still on there?
Yeah, measles, that's right.
This is still your probation matter.
I see my PO this morning, like yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm.
I went to my PO's office and I went there and it was, my mom didn't answer the phone for the bond.
This is still your pending petition to revoke that you've already been seen on, that you've already gone to court for, that you have a continuing date for. This is the same thing. It's because you apparently violated your release conditions according to your bonding company. So basically that just takes you back to square one from when you were last given your release conditions. So you're back to the start. You have to post that bond again.
Okay.
Okay? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over though, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork over there.
Wait, what?
All right, so we have Angelique Hernandez and then Michael Kloss.
Brendan,
will
I
be up
can
after that.
fix her. You can't fix her. What's up, Angela? How's it going?
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Can't fix broken.
January 5th, 2001. Angelique Hernandez.
All right, so you've got two separate cases here today. I'll start with the probation matter that you have. This is going to be for a warrant that was issued for a petition to revoke filed back in October. It alleges a violation of terms 3, 4,
Christy,
5, and
thank you.
13 of your probation terms. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. You currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, the bond in your warrant has been affirmed. That's a $1,500 secured appearance bond.
What up,
If you
Janet?
do postpone in our release, you have the same terms that you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. So you do have a new case here as well. So this will be for a new charge out of
Pumpkin.
Superior Court. It is for one count of burglary in the second degree, which is a Class 3 felony with an offense date of May 5th. So in that matter, public defender has been appointed as well. Status conference set May 21 with the preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. That case also has a $1,500 secured appearance bond, so it's $3,000 total for both. You also have orders not to return to the scene of the offense. You can't go back to that apartment complex at all. And
Go to
you're not
my
gonna be
YT
contacted with any
page
alleged victim, complainant, or
at
witness in this matter.
CollectCallFrom. All the
Do you
links
have
are
any
provided
questions
right
regarding
there.
any of those cases? Okay. If you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that information over there. We've got Michael Kloss and then Victor Pazmino will be up next.
I'm trying to, but it's not working. I think something's wrong with it. Hold on. Look. Am I doing it right?
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Michael Glass, 5495.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. So in your matter, the first one's a new
Thank you,
case out
country.
of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of trafficking and stolen property. That's a Class 2 felony. One count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, and one count of theft, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Those are the counts I was able to find probable cause on here today. There is an additional two counts for burglary in the third degree, which I was not able to find probable cause on. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going away, but I was not provided with enough information here today.
Welcome
So
over,
in this
Crystal.
matter, the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set May 21 with the preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
This one right
Based on
here.
a review of your history, as well as the fact you're currently on probation, looks like you had a release from DOC fairly recently too. You do have a bond in this matter. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Your release orders do include the terms that you are not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness.
Hey, what up, Rodney?
You do have your probation case here now as well. That is now for a Term 1 violation, so it's a new offense. That's what's triggering it. So in that matter, public defender has been appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30. And in that case, there is a $500 secured appearance bond. So it's $3,000 total for both cases. So if you do postpone and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by those terms, which does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over.
But
you can
I
pick up
don't
that paperwork.
understand. How come you
All right, so we
can't
have
just
Victor
hit the X
Pazmino,
right here,
and
hit the
then
mute
after that,
button?
we've got
It's just
Mr.
you just have to click.
Kolundu.
That's it. One little click and boop, that thing is gone. We could see their faces. If you're a subscriber, you could see their faces. Faces are only for the subscribers, or if you get lucky, then if we get a short person, then you'll be able to see their face. Hey, what up, Teresa? How's it going? Act up. James, I can't see him now because the text, the chat's on his face. There's
Control
little
staff. Mr. Hudson, are you
emojis.
able to see over it okay?
Yeah, I'm-
Normally we try and lower it, but
No, it's fine.
it looks like, yeah,
What a
you're
spiritual.
tall enough to see over that. All right, so you do have 5 separate cases here today, so if I get you to state your full name and date of birth, we'll go over those.
My case, okay, Victor Pasmino, date of birth, was yesterday, 5/14/69.
You're
Well,
right, that was
happy late belated
yesterday.
birthday.
All right, sir, so you do have these 5 matters, the first one being the new case you were just brought in on. So this is going to be for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Your court dates are a status
What up,
conference
Becky?
May 21 with the preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30, and that's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
Based on a review of your history, which is lengthy at this point, you're already on probation in 4 matters. You do have a bond. That's a $500 secured appearance bond.
Okay,
Your probation cases, all 4 of them, are also on the calendar today for Term 1 violations.
okay.
So in each of those matters, you have the public defender appointed as well, and you have a revocation arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30, still at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. Those matters also have $500 secured appearance bonds, so that ends up being $2,500 total for all 5 matters, if my math is correct. So
What up,
if
Becky?
you do post bond in our release, you do still
What
have
up,
the same
Lala?
terms of probation you do have to abide by, which does include contacting probation within 72
Menace to
hours. Did
society.
you have a question regarding these matters?
Yeah, I was supposed to go into rehab on Friday,
It ain't gonna happen, my man.
so that eliminates that, huh?
Yeah, if you're unable to post bond, you are going to remain in custody at this time. So you can certainly speak with your attorney as well as your
This one,
probation
Angela?
officer regarding your options
this
as far
one?
as still entering rehab, but at this point, nope, it's a little late in the game to be headed there. All right, any other questions?
I was already scheduled. I mean, that's why I was bringing it up.
Unfortunately, you're here on a new felony
Yeah.
offense with your
And,
history.
and-
It's not going to
and-
be a release.
How dare you cut up your honor?
Okay, well, I have to talk to my attorney. Okay.
Yep.
You set one up for me? I can talk to him today?
I don't know how fast they're going to have them appointed. It's probably not going to be today because
Hey,
it's through
Kim.
the Public Defender's Office. You do have the phone number for them in your paperwork that is included.
Where's up,
And I believe
Kristen?
it has some instructions as to when you can call them. But yeah, that's who's going to be appointing you an attorney.
I was told I was only had a paraphernalia violation.
Paraphernalia.
The new charges include paraphernalia and possession of
Yeah, the
narcotic drugs.
possession of narcotic, that was
Yep,
not
you've got
told.
2 counts here.
I wasn't told that.
Yep.
Hey,
So if you
thank
want
you,
to go ahead and
Angela.
step over, though, that
Damn,
both
Angela.
charges will be included in there as well.
You're
So
making
we'll
it
have all
rain
that
today
info.
with the roses. Sheesh. 29, 30. Damn.
All right, so we've got Mr. Congadon, and then after that, Leanne Cracky.
They like to our people on rehab or stuck in hard. Yeah, it ain't. Oh, well, you know what? I don't know anything about that, but I hear it's awful. Hey, what up, Tita? It's definitely not. The struggle is real. It's not easy getting off them rugs.
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
King Gators.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 3 separate cases here today. I'm going to start with your probation cases. So you have 2 probation matters here, both of which are
Is this
here
better,
for warrants
Jessica?
issued for petitions to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 4, 5, 7, and 15 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing May 22nd at 8:30. And in each of these matters, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. The first one is a $100 secured appearance bond. Second is $500, so $600 total, okay? So if you do post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by those terms. It does include contacting probation within 72 hours.
Damn, that's.
Now, you do
sorry
have
to
a
hear
third
that,
matter
Chantel.
here. This is for the new charge you were just brought in on.
Congrats.
That's for 1 count of
Kristen.
possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. I was not able to find probable cause on that new count that you were brought in on. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but they did not provide sufficient information for me to follow up on it here today. So I am still appointing the public defender to represent you. You do still have some court dates set as well. That's a status conference May 29 with a preliminary hearing June 2nd. Because I was not able to find probable cause
Eric
in that matter, I can't
Fuentes.
set any release conditions there. So you're
I'll
being
hit him
released
up.
without conditions imposed in that case, okay? Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there.
Hey, call. Thank you for the buying that subscription. Highly appreciate that.
All right, so we have Leanne Cracky, and then Devontae Hinton will be up next.
Better than the face, Jessica. Ay, ay, ay. Eric Fuente.
Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Leanne Crockett, 51184.
All right, thank you. So you've got 2 cases here today. I'll start with the new matter that just came in. This is going to be a new case out of Superior Court. So the 2 charges that were submitted are 1 count of shoplifting as a Class 4 felony and 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, also a Class 4 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you, and you have 2 court dates currently set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. That's a status conference on May 21, preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30 a.m. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, because you are going to have a hold in your probation case, which we're about to go over, I've done a placeholder bond here. So you've got a $50 bond in this case, okay? I want to make sure they know you're in custody in both matters. So your next case you have here is that probation matter, which is here for a petition to revoke previously filed alleging a violation of Term 13, so a failure to self-surrender. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30, and you do have a $500 secured appearance bond in that matter, so it's $550 total for both. If you do postpone and you end up getting released from custody, you do still have to contact probation within 72 hours and otherwise comply with your terms.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork that's there. All right,
What up,
Mr.
KD?
Hinton, and then Jonathan Higuerada will be up next.
Hey, well, I'll tell you this much. Hey, today is definitely a good day not to be in jail, if you will. I'd rather be here on the streets in front of the camera entertaining you guys. Jail's definitely not the place to be. Hell nah. Don't miss any of that stuff. No more locked doors.
Devontae Hinton?
Ain't nobody want measles. Ay, ay, ay.
You know what, his notes indicate that he's an ISO. All right, let's mark him as we'll do him as a house call. All right, so we've got Jonathan Higuerada, and then Shakan Roebuck will be up after that.
Been to jail 3 times, even did 90 days. Damn it.
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
Jonathan Higuerada, 12/30/1995.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a bench warrant that was issued. That's for failure to appear in CR 2023-147-265. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed. You have a status conference set May 21 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So bond in your warrant's been affirmed, so that's a $500 secured appearance bond. So you'll get that information in your paperwork as well, but do you have any questions regarding it?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
All right, you want to go ahead and step over and go and pick up that paperwork? If you do think of any, you've got your attorney that you can ask. All right, so we have Mr. Roebuck, and then Angel Guerrero will be up next.
Damn. 3-year sentence? Whoa. Judge don't like FTAs. Yeah, failure to appear.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Why is this guy all in white?
Kid 1176.
All right, thank you. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. And 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. So the public defender has been appointed. You have a status conference set May 29 with a preliminary hearing June 2nd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, I'm going to be following the PSA recommendation. You are being released from custody, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll receive their instructions in your paperwork. That does include their contact information because you do have to stay checked in with them while on release. Do you have any questions regarding that?
I'm being released or...
You're being released in this matter.
5 years
Yep,
prison.
but
Damn.
you've got pretrial services supervision, so just take a look at those
You got to
instructions.
report to them in 24 hours or right after?
Your next court date?
No, I said, do I have to report to them within 24 hours or...
I believe it says so, and I think they say something like 7, they give you the time frame on there. Yeah,
Okay.
so just take a look at that. To be on the safe side, I would contact them by next business day, I think is what their instructions usually say. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Guerrero, and then we've got Wendy Scott up next.
For those of you that have never been to jail, you're not missing out on anything.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
And the food
Angel
sucks.
Guerrero, 11/28/2001.
All right, so you are here for 4 cases, the first one being the new case out of Superior Court. This is for 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You have a status conference set May 29 with a preliminary hearing June 2nd, both at 8:30. And those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, I did take a look at your probation notes, and it looks like you have been at least in regular contact with probation. It's for that reason only I'm going to give you a shot to appear at that next court date on your own and release you here today. You are being released, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. So within 72 hours of your release from this facility, you do need to contact probation pursuant to your probation terms and continue to abide by the terms you've been provided. So your next 3 cases here are those probation cases. All 3 of them are here for Term 1 violations, so it's for the new offense. So in those matters, revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30.
You ain't lying, user. Yo, what up, Lice Peachy?
Excuse me, and you have the same release conditions there, okay?
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
What up, Gail? How you been? A felony for having a pookie is crazy. Shin Gators having the pipa. Hey, thank you for that daily heart.
All right, we have Wendy Scott
Peachy.
and Nicholas Renteria.
Damn, hey, what's up with all these judges in that cough? Need to get that checked out or get some
All right, Ms.
permit
Scott, go ahead and state your full name
with
and date of
that
birth.
C.
Wendy Ray Scott, 9/21/90.
You said September 21, right?
Yes.
What up, Blue
Okay,
Eyes?
so you're here for a probation violation warrant in your matter. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I do see you don't have any other prior reinstatements in this matter. You are here for a 6 open. But I also did see that you were initially in contact with probation, and then obviously you discontinued that contact and the petition to revoke was filed.
Hey, that judge's cough was ugly.
Because this
Something
is your
ugly.
first potential reinstatement or revocation in this matter, given the fact that they also did a minimal bond on your warrant, I am going
What
to
up,
be
little
releasing you here
homie?
today. You are being released on your own recognizance, but you are still on supervised probation, so you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. Within 72 hours of your release, you do need to contact probation. I'll let you know if you continue to not abide by your terms of probation that they could submit a supplemental petition to revoke. You will not have the same outcome if you come back through here, okay?
Okay.
All right, any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, ma'am, if you want to go and step over, we'll get you that paperwork over there. All right, so we have Nicholas Renteria. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Nicholas Anthony Renteria, June 15th, 1994.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set on May 29 with a preliminary hearing June 2nd, both at 8:30 a.m. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your case, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation here. You are being released on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there.
Thank you.
All right, we still need Mr. Lizaraga to come in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and wait on him. So while we're doing that, I'll go ahead and put our house calls on record then. I'm going to start with Elijah Andrews, date of birth 4/16/2006, who's here for a new case out of Superior Court. Looks like he is a house call due to being in isolation for being combative. Is that correct? All right, so he's here for 1 count aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, 1 count of carrying a weapon under the age of 21, that's actually a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of reckless driving, Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of DUI, Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of resisting arrest, physical force. That's not a misdemeanor. That's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. A status conference is set May 21 at 8:30. Preliminary hearing May 23rd at 8:30. And in this matter, he's got a $7,500 secured appearance bond with the additional orders not to return to the scene of the offense, have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or arresting officer, not to possess any weapons or consume any alcohol while on release. Next matter is for Dominic Johnson, date of birth 10/26/1990, who is a house call due to being in isolation for being combative. He's here for a new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did not find probable cause on that dangerous drug count, which is actually not a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause on criminal damage. Public defender's been appointed, status conference at May 21, preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. And in this matter, he does have a $1,500 secured appearance bond with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter, not to possess any weapons, so he does need to find an alternate residence. And he does need to contact probation within 72 hours. His probation matter is also here today for a term 1 violation. Public defender's been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30. In that matter, there's a $500 secured appearance bond. Anna Madrid, date of birth 12/14/77.
Your Honor, if I could just speak heard briefly on Mr. Johnson's case.
That's right. You did want to appear on number 22. So go ahead, do your appearance, then we'll recall this matter for Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke on behalf of the state.
And you do need to address the Form 4.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would move to seal the original Form 4 and replace it with the redacted version. It contains a minor victim's name.
All right, based on that, then we'll go ahead and enter that seal in here. Let me make sure it saves. All right, it is marked as sealed now, and I apologize. I knew you did want to appear on that one.
Thank you.
All right, next matter is Anna Madrid, again, 12/14/77, who is a house call due to being in isolation due to being unable to function in the general population. All right, so she's here for a new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of consuming liquor in public, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set May 21, preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. And in that matter, there is a $500 secured appearance bond. Next matter is for Devontae Hinton, date of birth 12/1/95, who I show is a house call due to being bizarre behavior. So he's here for a new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree, Class 6 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set May 21, preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. There's a $500 secured appearance bond in that matter with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Final case that we have for house calls is going to be for Darren Darkeith Walters, date of birth 8/3/95, who has already been seen as a house call. He was taken out of the jail for emergency medical services, so I did already provide him with his information prior to him leaving. So he is here for a new case out of Superior Court, alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference said May 21 with a preliminary hearing May 23rd, both at 8:30. In that matter, there's a $500 secured appearance bond. Next matter is for a probation violation warrant for a petition to revoke filed. Public defender has been appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 22nd at 8:30. Bond in that warrant was affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond. All right, so it looks like that is all for our house calls, and we'll wait for Mr. Lizaraga to come in before we proceed.
Yeah. I just take it. You got everything else, man? Yeah. Thank you. What cell is it? What cell is it? 6.
Is it going to be a little bit before he comes in? Because I'll call our last 2 matters that we have if we're otherwise clear.
I will wait till, well, you can call him right now. That's fine. Because he's with, I'll have to wait there right now. You can call
Lazarka's on his way right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
15%.
Again, if we're clear, we can call our last two matters. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that then. All right, so let's go ahead and have Francisco Castro. Are we just down to Mr. Castro and Mr. Smith in the courtroom? Mr. Smith, I'll have you come in afterwards. All right, Mr. Castro, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Francisco Iber Castro,
And your date of birth.
10/30/1996.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. It is for an indictment that's been filed. It alleges 1 count of kidnap, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of sexual conduct with a minor, and 2 counts of child molest. Those are all Class 2 felonies. 1 count of sexual abuse, Class 3 felony, and 1 count of attempted sexual conduct with a minor. That's a Class 3 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set, or I'm sorry, an arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant, which has been affirmed, is a $100,000 cash-only appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be installed as required by Arizona law, with the additional terms that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and not to have any contact with any minors whatsoever, with no exceptions at this time, and you are not to possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions regarding that information?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can get that paperwork there, and Mr. Smith, if you want to go and step in, we'll go and do your matter. All right, Mr. Smith, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Christopher Michael Smith,
And your date of birth.
9/10/83.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are also here on a grand jury warrant. Yours is for an indictment that was filed alleging 1 count of failing to register. That's a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You have a arraignment hearing set on May 22nd at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That's a $1,000 secured appearance bond.
Okay.
All right, any questions regarding that?
I mean, I can't argue my case right now, so.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't argue my case right now anyway, so.
I don't even know anything about your case.
That's
I'm just seeing you on the warrant. So that's the only information that I have. So
I am
speak with your
registered,
attorney.
though, so.
All right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it?
Oh.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, what up, Tiffany? How's it going?
Yep.
There's one more, right? There was a total of 3?
And those 2 are done, if you need to remove them. All right, sir, state your full name and your date of birth.
Francisco Lizarraga, March 22, 2005.
All right, and we do have the state appearing in this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Connell, from the state.
All right, thank you. Sir, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of promoting prison contraband, which is a Class 2 felony with an offense date of May 9 of 2025. So in this matter, an attorney has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set May 29 with a preliminary hearing June 2nd, both at 8:30. And that's going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. I'm sorry, that's not your dates. It's May 21 and preliminary hearing is May 23rd. Sorry, I just haven't pressed saved yet, so I had the wrong dates highlighted. So, Ms. Gaunt, I know you wanted to address release conditions. I did receive a written recommendation from the state, but I'll turn that over to you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Mr. Lizarraga was employed as a corrections officer and allegedly brought contraband into the prison. He allegedly admitted that he brought marijuana in, but then he claimed he wasn't sure what he was bringing in. He was in a position of trust and introduced dangerous items into the prison environment. There's a strong weight of the evidence. There is video, as well as he made admissions to law enforcement. We are very concerned. He endangered the safety of the prison population, and we are concerned for the safety of the community as well, Your Honor.
Damn.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lizarraga, I do recognize that you do not have any prior criminal history. I have taken that into account. You don't show any prior failures to appear, which is, of course, not surprising given the occupation that you had up until today. However, I do also recognize the nature of the offense that you're here for, the serious nature of bringing items into a prison and what can result with that. So I am going to be setting a bond. I'm not going to go as high as the state in recognition of the fact that you do not otherwise have any history, also in recognition of your age at this time. But you do have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you post bond in our release, it's going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be added prior to your release. You're going to have orders not to return to the scene of the alleged offense. I'm assuming you no longer are employed at that location. Go ahead. Did you have something to say about that term?
Yes, ma'am. What is that 10,000 bond? I need to pay it and then I can go on probation.
So the $10,000 bond is a secured appearance bond. That means you are able to work with a bail bonding company in order to post that amount. That is the amount you would have to post in order to be released from custody. If you pay the bond and are released, it's going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring. That is similar to probation in that it is a form of supervision. You would receive instructions regarding that. They'll tell you what to expect for that, okay? Your release conditions also include no contact with any complainant, witness, arresting officer, or co-defendant in this matter, if there are any.
His warranty is definitely about to get extended, Jerome.
With any detained individual within the Department of Corrections facility. So this would include any individuals currently housed in the Department of Corrections. All right, do you have any questions regarding that?
If I don't pay 10,000.
If you're unable to pay $10,000, then you would remain in custody at this time and be transported to your next court date, which is going to be that status conference on May 21. At least that's the court date we have at this time. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions?
Can I make a call to my...
You're going to have access to phones. The next room you go to is going to have phones on the wall that you can use to make calls. Oh, no. He's going back to ISO, isn't he?
He's a social.
Okay, does he have access to them? When does he have access to phones?
He should have it since business hours 9 to 5, but his social album has not moved to the income.
Okay, all right. You got that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I get a lawyer?
I've already appointed an attorney to represent you. It's through the public defender's office. In your paperwork, you're going to have a phone number for that office as well. Now, it takes time for them to actually appoint an attorney to represent you, so I don't know what time between now and your next court date they're going to have that appointed, but you can call them to find out or read the instructions that are in your paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am, because I don't know nothing. I want, like someone to help me, do that.
You talk to your attorney.
Okay.
Okay? All right, go ahead and have a seat. We're going to print out your paperwork and get that over to you. All right, anything further, Ms. Cohn?
No, you're
all right. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yep, now it's signed.
All right, I'm back. That was the last one, right,
All
guys?
right, so we are done. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recording.
All right, cool. So let me switch up my, here we go. Let me get my camera back up. Here we go. All right, there we go. Let me move this over here, like so. Oh, no, not like that. Get the chat. All right. So right now we're just waiting for it to start up. Normally this one starts at 9 a.m. but sometimes they're a little bit late. So I guess we'll just hang around here for a bit. If you do like watching these court hearings, I do run numerous streams on my YT page at CollectCallFrom. Normally, I start off in the morning at 6 a.m.
Oh, phenomenal. This list is beautiful today.
Oh, there we go.
It's a short list.
Lights, camera, action.
Don.
Good morning.
And, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Randy Grijalva, they're telling me he's at downtown court, I believe.
Okay, so we'll roll him to okay. We'll roll him to tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Medina will be here in a second.
All right. Hi, Morgan.
Hey, thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Highly appreciate that. Let me see.
Good morning. Did you upload the PC statements, or who does that? Because onto SharePoint, because I didn't see them.
I don't do the PC statements, but they are on there.
Okay, I can't get them because I have no internet back here.
Sure. Let me forward them to you.
It's all right. It's too late. I'm good.
It's too
Okay,
late.
I'm just gonna go with that. Thank you. What is your name?
Adrian.
Adrian? Adrian what?
Medina.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Adrian Medina.
Mr. Medina, you were here today on a warrant out of Justice Court. The charges are first-degree murder, attempt to commit armed robbery, and attempt to commit aggravated robbery.
Damn.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the Legal Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services on this matter. I've also reviewed the warrant. There is a $1 million bond that is being requested on the warrant. I've had a chance to review the state's recommendation. Counsel, the other thing I will be doing today is pursuant to ARS Section 8-305D. There's factors that the court will be reviewing to determine whether or not Mr. Medina should be held at the Pima County Jail or detained at the juvenile court facility. So if you want to state positions one way or the other on that, please do that at the time you make any other recommendations. So from the state, like I said, have had a chance to review your recommendation. It is the court's intention to hold Mr. Medina on $1 million bond. Anything you'd like to add?
Nothing further in addition to the dangerousness for the state, Your Honor, and for the community. The state doesn't have a position on where the defendant is housed at this time.
Ms. Priestman?
We don't have a position on bond, Judge, but he would like to be housed at the juvenile facility.
All right, Mr. Medina, I am going to hold you on a $1 million cash or secured bond today. If for some reason you do post that bond, then you'd be released to pretrial services. If you do get released, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you are not allowed to have any firearms. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim's family in this case. Do not return to the incident location or anywhere near where those family members may be living or working. I do find under the factors of 8-305D, considering all 9, that the most appropriate place for Mr. Medina to be housed at this time is at the Pima County Jail, not the Juvenile Detention Center.
He's going to the major leagues, if you will.
Mr. Medina, your next court hearing is going to be May 27th at 1:30. That is a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you are either transported or appear via video for your next hearing. But if you do bond out, it is your responsibility to appear, or a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Mr. Medina, do you understand the conditions of release I've imposed here today?
What up, Ashley?
What if I can make bond? How would I get it?
You're gonna hold on a minute, Judge. If you're able to make the bond, your attorney is gonna help you figure that out. Okay, so when you leave here, you're gonna tell your attorney
you ain't making that bond. I can't even make that bond. I think all of us watching this can't make that bond.
The consequences if you fail to show up for your hearing, that a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yeah.
Okay, you're all done. You're all done for today, Mr. Medina.
Ain't nobody making that bond. If you could make that bond, please raise your hand here in the chat. We definitely got to have a chat off the air here.
So, Jail, I know we talked about Mr. Grijalva being downtown. Rather than continue this hearing, because it is just a review hearing, what I would like to do is make sure he is aware that his next review hearing here is going to be June 16th at 9 on Grijalva. Jail, did you catch that?
Right, John, and we'll get in the paperwork.
Yeah,
instead of continuing him. Okay.
The bond is going to remain. It's at the Santa Cruz County warrant, so we'll just reset it for June 16th at 9.
What property? We got no property tracks. We could barely afford to buy eggs.
Your Honor, did you want to go ahead with misdemeanors, or did you want to get the interpreter matter out of the way?
If we could do Mr. Leal, that would be wonderful. I'm sure Mr. Davis would appreciate that as well.
Very much so. Thank you for your consideration, jail and staff.
Yes.
I don't know, but you guys would. We don't got no property over here.
Sure, you guys are in the all right place, please.
Can I use a dozen eggs? calls me a payday loan.
We have a Spanish interpreter.
I think it's up to the discretion.
Good morning, sir. We're going to use an interpreter today, so I'm going to have you wait until he interprets things before you answer.
Your Honor.
Tell me your name.
Get down on the way.
Miguel. Hold on.
Espérate, güey.
Mr. Davis, you're muted.
This is Pima County, Arizona.
Hey, Sue. Señor, ¿cómo se llama usted? Vamos a usar intérprete. Espera que el intérprete antes de responder usted. ¿Cómo se llama?
Miguel Ángel Leal.
Miguel Ángel Leal.
Mr. Leal, you were here today on a charge of unlawful flight from pursuing a law enforcement vehicle. You do have the right to...
Señor Leal, se encuentra detenido por haber tratado de evadir persecución y detención de los agentes del orden público en patrulla.
You do have the
Sorry, Your
right...
Honor.
That's okay. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on this felony case. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today.
Tiene usted derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya. Tiene derecho a tener representación de un licenciado o licenciada. Tenemos a su lado una licenciada abogada de oficio para que le ayude esta mañana.
I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services.
Ya tuve la oportunidad de recibir un informe que se preparó por la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio.
That report tells me that you also have a Nogales Justice Court case pending.
Yes,
916 Sacramento in the house.
Un caso pendiente en el juzgado de paz de Nogales, Arizona.
Sí.
That's correct.
We are here to talk about your conditions of release on this case. I've had a chance to review the state's recommendation. They're asking for a $25,000 bond.
Entonces, he revisado los datos del caso para determinar las condiciones de libertad provisional y la Fiscalía da su recomendación de fianza de $25,000 por lo que tiene pendiente.
Jade, did you want to be heard further?
Nothing in addition to our recommendation.
Thank you,
La Fiscalía está conforme con lo que recomendaron.
HP in the house.
$25,000 para salir.
Atlantic.
$25,000 to get released?
Ms. Priestman?
So what we're asking, Mr. Leal is born and raised in Nogales. He lives in Nogales. That is his permanent resident with his mother. He takes care of his mother. He is a shuttle driver down there.
Bueno, el señor Leal ha vivido toda su vida en Nogales, Arizona. Fue donde se crió. Él vive ahí con su madre, se encarga del cuidado de ella. Él es conductor de los fletes shuttle.
He was only recently here in Tucson looking for work. So we're asking that you release him to the supervision of pretrial services.
Y él solo ha estado aquí un breve tiempo buscando empleo. Lo que pedimos nosotros es que le deje salir de la custodia para que pase a ser supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
Pretrial servicios, if you will. What kind of interpreter are you?
It looks like there is a failure to appear on that Nogales case, and in looking at the criminal history, some of it pretty old, but Mr. Leal does appear to have a problem showing up to court when he's scheduled.
Lo que veo yo es que el caso que tiene pendiente en el condado de Santa Cruz tiene una falta de competencia en ese caso y buscando ver antecedentes, se ven algunos, aunque son bastante antiguos, pero sí parece que tiene ciertos problemas, señor Leal, en presentarse cuando se le ordena.
He did.
I believe as a bond is appropriate, but the court is going to impose a $1,500 cash or secured bond today.
And what this vato
Sí
do?
pienso que se merita imponer una fianza, señor Leal. Puede exigirle fianza de $1,500, puede ser en dinero en efectivo o garantizado por propiedad.
If you post that bond, Mr. Leal, then you'll be released to pretrial services.
Si logra depositar la fianza, señor, y salir de custodia, pasará a la supervisión continua de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
You must check in with them as directed. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on.
Debe usted presentarse, reportarse cuando le digan. No podrá tener consumo ni posesión de licor, ni de droga ilícita, ni de armas de fuego mientras siga pendiente el caso.
Your next hearing in this matter is going to be May 27th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing.
Ahora, la siguiente audiencia está pactada para el 27 de mayo a la 1:30 para una audiencia preliminar.
That hearing may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all your future hearings, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
Esta audiencia posiblemente no se lleve a cabo. Se le hace responsable por presentarse en gran audiencia que se en su caso. De no ser así, su orden de detención.
Do you understand the conditions of release that we've imposed today?
¿Entiende las consecuencias de la sentencia que el día de hoy, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing?
Y en la teoría de la parte.
Sí.
Yes.
You're all done for today, Mr. Leal.
Es todo por hoy, señor Leal. Puede retirarse.
I'm going to start speaking. Where? Scotch. To the jail. Post one. Okay.
All right, Mr. Davis, that's all of our Spanish speakers. Have a wonderful day.
All right, let the games
Thank you.
begin.
Thank you.
Hey, get ready for a lot of DVs. Get ready for a lot of DUIs. And a lot of shoplifting at Circle K, Target, and Walmart. And not in any particular order, if you will. What are you guys, the first case is going to be bringing in today? I left. What happened? I don't know. That's what I want to know. Damn, James, where are your fan gifts from your vacation? What up? Hey, it's in the mail. Make money. Mad Dog 2020. Don't forget the dollar store. That's right. Can't forget about the dollar store. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Brian. Highly appreciate that heart. Probably DUI and math possession. I say petty theft.
Sir.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Jared Dakota Choites.
Mr. Choites, you are here today on charges of disorderly conduct and assault. These are misdemeanor charges.
Celtics in 7.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Thank you for that, Daily
This is the
Nana.
time for your initial appearance, and we need to talk about conditions of release today.
What up, Hayden?
I have had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. They prepared a report for the court that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. If I release you today, sir, 2 things. 1, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Simply thank you for that, those 2 roses.
And the second thing is, at this time, your mom is the victim of this case, and you are not going to be allowed to return to see her or to where she is living. Do you live with your mom?
I do. Yeah, we were staying in the same place.
What up, Elaine?
Do you have somewhere? You have someplace else to stay?
Not that I know of.
Unbelievable.
Sir, if I release you today, you're going to have to find some other place to stay because you can't go back to your mom's. You can ask the court to change that in the future, or she can, but today, because we weren't able to contact her, you're not going to be allowed to go back to the house.
Okay.
So do you have a friend or some other family member that you can stay with for a short time?
Thank you for that, Daily Heart.
I'm sure. Yeah, I know a couple friends I can probably hang out with.
Okay.
Hang out
All
with.
right. So with that, Mr. Choites, I am going to release you today on your promise to appear. You are not, as I've said, to have any contact with your mom. Don't return to the incident location or where she's living or working until there's another order of the court. Do not commit any acts of domestic violence. Do you need to return to the house to pick up any of your belongings?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, if that changes, you're not allowed to go back there. So you'll need to talk with the judge. Your next hearing is going to be May 27th at 10:30. So that's going to be a couple of weeks, and that'll be here at Pima County Justice Court. You do need to appear at that date and time. If you do not appear, the court will issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions I've imposed today, Mr. Choites?
Thank you for that, Daily.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your court hearing?
Yeah.
All right, you're all done for today, sir.
That report date, okay? Make sure you get to court. That's
I don't know. All that, you know, doing things to your mom, that's not cool at all.
Morning.
Not cool at all.
Morning. Tell me your name.
Daniel Del Rio.
What's your middle name?
Daniel Anthony Del Rio.
You are here this morning, Mr. Del Rio, on charges of disorderly conduct and criminal damage. They are domestic violence offenses.
Another
These are
one.
misdemeanors. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today.
Oh, wow.
I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. They prepare a report for me that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances. The victims in this case are your parents, and at this time they are willing to continue to have contact with you. So 2 things, Mr. Del Rio. If I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Oh, yes.
And then the other condition of release is that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. Will you promise to do that as well?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to release you today on your promise to appear. Your condition of release is that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be May 27th at 10:30 at Pima County Justice Court. You are required to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right, so you understand those consequences if you don't show up for court? All right, I think Ms. Priestman there will have the date written down for you, and when you get released from the jail, you should also get your paperwork. You're all done for today.
I'm not sure what's in
Yes,
the water,
they are
but
allowing
luckily
you to go back to the house. So at this
we
time,
don't
you
get
may
that
do
water
that.
from over there. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, thank you guys, and I just see we hit 22,000 taps on the screen. Highly appreciate you guys. So that means you guys know what that means. We just hit the FYP. Pima County needs their own DJ color. Another one. Another one.
Right,
It's
sir, tell me your
banana
name.
everywhere else.
Mr. Escobedo, you were here today on charges out of Sarita Municipal Court involving disorderly conduct, 2 counts, and criminal damage. These are domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services that tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. Looks like your girlfriend is the victim in this matter. She has indicated
Another
that you are
one.
welcome to return home, or you're welcome to have further contact with them. I guess you don't live in the same place. If I release you today, Mr. Escobedo, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I should also add that I did receive the Form 4C on this case,
Thank
the
you for
intimate
that.
partner risk assessment, and I have taken that into consideration
Kindred spirits.
for my conditions of release today. So
3 out of 3
given
today.
that Ms. Sanchez is willing to have contact with you, the other order I will enter today is that you are not to commit any acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that condition?
We're gonna do a Dade County at
So you will be
9:30.
released today. Your next court date is going to
Not
be
Dade, I
June
mean
3rd
Polk
at
County.
8:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Sarita Municipal Court. You do have to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Is there a, do I need a higher lawyer search court date? So I'll be out of town for work that week.
When you
So
get released later today, the address and phone number for Sarita Municipal Court will be on there. You can contact them and ask them to adjust that date. All right?
Okay, sounds good. Yes, ma'am.
You're all done for today.
Thank you. Totally lying.
You guys ain't lying. All right, next. This is gonna be number 4 case. No, hold on. The first one was
Hey,
M
sir,
case.
tell me your name.
Cody Lane.
Cody Lane. Let's see what
Your
Cody's
middle
here
name,
for.
Brent?
Yes.
All right. You are here today on a charge involving preventing or use of an electronic device to threaten someone. It is a domestic violence offense.
Another one.
You
I
do
know
have the right
Cody
to remain
Lane.
silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is the time for us to talk about your conditions of release on this matter. The court has considered the pretrial services report. That's a report that they prepare for the court, sir, that tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. The victim in this case is your former girlfriend, Miss Miles. She is objecting to your release. She does not want to have any contact with you at all. The court has also considered the Form 4C, the intimate partner risk assessment that was completed by law enforcement, and I'm taking that into consideration today. So, Mr. Lane, a couple of things. One, if I do release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes.
The other thing you will not be permitted to do if I release you today is have any contact of any kind with Miss Miles. None. No social media, no texting, no phone calls, and you absolutely aren't allowed to go anywhere near where she is living or working. Do you understand all those conditions?
I do.
And are you willing to abide by those if I release you today?
Craven.
I am going to release you on your promise to appear. Your next court date is going to be May 27th at 8:30 at Pima County Justice Court. You are required to appear at that hearing. If you do not appear, they will issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
I do.
Ms. Priestman is writing down that date for you, but when you get released today, you're also going to get a copy of your paperwork. It'll have the date and time and address and phone number for the court that you're scheduled to appear at. Also reiterates the conditions we talked about today. You're all done for today.
Thank you.
Stephen Mitchell.
And just how we are.
Officer for Leticia.
Next.
Hi, tell me your name.
Stephen Mitchell.
You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct and assault. There's 2 counts of disorderly conduct. They are all domestic violence related.
Another one.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
This is like number 5 right, so far, right?
Jail, do you note any kind of probation hold for Mr. Mitchell?
We do not see when Your Honor, no.
So, Mr. Mitchell, I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. They prepare a report that tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. That's how I was aware that you were on probation in this case.
Sounded like Drake. Another another one. Another one. Who's on the toilet? I think, you know, right there where that guy's sitting at, that what is it, like that divider?
If I release you today, Mr. Mitchell, will you promise to show up
think
at
they
a
have
court
a-
date that I give you in the future?
I think they have a toilet behind there.
In the report, it does look like Ms. Morales Garza has indicated that she does not want any further contact with you at all. I don't know what your probation conditions are, but it does appear that both she and your minor age child are the victims in your felony case that you're on probation for. So I would imagine your probation officer also has conditions for you that don't allow you all to have contact. So if I release you, you're going to have to stay away from her. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And also the minor age child that's listed as a victim. Do you understand that as well?
Yeah.
All right.
WTF. Hey, but you know what? Like this guy, he has like that thousand yard stare. It's like he's looking, but he's not like really looking. If
I am going to release you today.
If you catch my drift.
And
if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
It's going to be May 27th at 10:30 in the morning, and that is going to be at Pima County Justice Court. You are required to appear on that date and time, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Lights are on. Yes. Nobody's home.
When you get released today, you must contact your probation officer. You're going to be released today before 5. You must contact your probation officer today when you get out. Do you understand that?
Yes, can it wait till I get home? Because I don't have a cell phone, so I'd have to use my mom's.
Oh, no.
I'm going to order you to contact probation today, even if that means leaving them a message when you get home.
Thank you,
but
Sue.
you
No, I
need
didn't
to
see it. Thank you.
contact them today. All right, that's the order. That's what you need to abide by. Additionally, You're not to commit any acts of domestic violence. You are not allowed to have any contact with the victims in this case. That's Ms. Morales Garza and the minor age child. Do not go anywhere near where they are living or working. You are not allowed to have any contact. Don't text them. Don't use a third party to have contact with them. Do not have any contact with her at all or the child. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
All right. When you get released later today, you're going to get a copy of your court paperwork. I think Ms. Priestman did also write down information for your court dates. Get that paperwork when you leave court today and make sure you show up. You're all done for today, sir.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not sure how you guys will feel about this, but I think I feel a lot safer if he didn't own a phone, if you will. DV on his child and his ex-girlfriend.
Sir.
He'll be back in 2 days. He'll probably be back tonight at that rate. He looked like Lord.
All right, tell me your name.
Caleb Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, you are here today on charges of assault, a single charge of assault. It is a domestic violence related offense.
Is it 6 or 7?
This is a misdemeanor. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release.
Thank you for those maracas. Agua.
I've had an opportunity to review information that Pretrial Services has provided. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense in this
What is this,
case.
DV Thursday?
Jail, are you showing a probation hold on this one?
We are not, Your Honor.
DV every day there, yup. I'm open boxing classes.
All right.
For some
so,
for
Mr.
these
Robinson,
dudes.
if I release you today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Today's Wednesday? No, today's
You're
Thursday.
also going to have to contact your probation
But they
officer
probably
when you
got
get
picked up
released.
yesterday.
Do you understand that as well?
Or this morning.
Yes.
All right.
My phone is being held in evidence right now.
When you get released, can you use somebody else's phone?
I can, yeah. I just don't.
Or just go over there?
I could. I just don't know his number. I have his emails and stuff, but I'll figure out a way to contact him as soon as I get out.
Agua.
Ms. Priestman, do you guys have probation information there? Is there cards or anything there about how they can contact them?
No, but maybe they'll give him his phone back when you're released. They took your phone?
As evidence.
As evidence? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get that back, buddy.
Over time, will I get that back when the stuff is done, or
Probably not.
No, it's specific. Sorry.
That's something that you'll have to talk with them down the road. So for today, I also need to note that I did consider the Form 4C, the intimate partner risk assessment.
Right, Nicole?
For conditions of release here today.
Just go buy a
Mr.
burner phone.
Robinson, I am going to release you on your promise to appear at a court date. You'll show up on the next court date that I give you. Is that right?
Yes.
Your conditions of release are that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. It does look like your girlfriend at this time has said that
What up,
she does
Amanda?
not object to your release.
His
and
girlfriend?
You are welcome to have contact with her.
What the? I'm like more confused now. I could have swore it wouldn't have been
So
a girl.
the only condition you have is not committing any acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that condition?
Yes.
And also getting a hold of your probation officer when you get released. So your next court date is going to be May 27th at 10:30.
I mean, different strokes are different folks. I'm all for it,
It's going to
but
be at Pima County Justice Court.
I'm not seeing it here.
Here at that date and time. If you don't, they could issue a warrant for your arrest.
Why
Do
you
you understand that,
judging?
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
You're all done for today.
Thank you.
Next. Up next on The Price is Wrong. This is, I think that was a 6-1 so far. So we had 1 M and 6 DV so far. Hey, and just to set the record clear, I mean, whatever you do, you know, if you would like to play the skin flute, I'm fine with that. It doesn't affect my life. I mean, you love who you love. It's all good. Let me see next and like, don't drop the sub laughing out loud.
Around.
I was just pointing out the
No skin,
obvious
you'll be the
right
first
there.
one in that brown chair.
What up,
Everybody else,
Honcho?
come see.
The skin fluid.
See you guys. Swing around. Swing around.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Espinosa.
Mr. Espinoza, you are here on multiple matters today. The first is a felony charge of possession of a dangerous drug. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You are entitled to an attorney on this matter. At this time, I'm appointing the Legal Defender's Office to represent you.
What up, babe?
And you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're also going to be talking about a shoplifting warrant out of Pima County Justice Court dating back to 2023. And then there are Tucson City Court warrants out for your arrest, as well as a couple of new charges on that as well that we're going to be talking about here today. I've had the opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. In reviewing that report, it tells me that, and actually looking at the state's recommendation, it looks like the state's going to be dismissing the felony charge. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
It's getting too funny.
The felony drug charge is going to be dismissed. So we don't have to talk about that one now.
Hey, what up, Honcho? You're welcome. You're welcome, Linda.
Mr. Espinoza, do you have a place to stay right now?
I came back and I see that Llorona. This is 7 out of 7, right?
You need help in the house. To the clipper and stuff.
So, Mr. Espinoza, if I release you on your justice court and city court matters, you have to go to court to get those things resolved. They're not going to go away. Do you understand? All right. I am on the justice court case. There was a warrant for your arrest on that one. It looks like the warrant amount was for $2,499. I am going to release you today on your promise to appear on this case. You must come to justice court on May 27th at 9:30 in the morning. If you don't show up, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that? Good. Well, if you want to continue to take care of your mom, you better get this taken care of or you're going to find yourself back in jail. So on this case, Mr. Espinoza, do not return to wherever you did the shoplifting. Don't go back there. There are victims at that location and you can't be there. Do you understand that? Okay, now we need to talk about your Tucson City Court case. I am going to release you on the Tucson City Court cases as well. You do have failures to appear for possession of prescription drugs and drug paraphernalia and consuming liquor in public. Looks like there's new charges involving criminal trespass and drug paraphernalia. On those new charges, in addition to your initial appearance today, it's the time for your arraignment. So I am going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf.
He will be back.
I am also going to...
You know, a lot of the times when you get caught up in the system, it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard to get out.
Enter not guilty pleas on your behalf because you are presumed innocent on those. You are not allowed to return to the incident location wherever the criminal trespass took place and have any contact with the victims who were there. So don't go back to that place. All right. Your next court hearing in Tucson City Court is not going to be until June 16th at 9:30. You must go to that court date. Ms. Priestman's writing it down for you, and when you get released today, you're going to get a copy of your court paperwork that'll have the court date and time and the address. That's also downtown, so if you're here every day, it should be easy for you to get to that hearing. Good. Well, all of your matters will be heard on that day and time. If you fail to appear for that hearing, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence. If they go forward with the hearing in your absence, they could set future hearings, including a trial. And if you can't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could also lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand all of those consequences if you don't show up in city court? All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Espinoza. Go to court.
And I'll speak from personal experience. It's hard, you know, once you get caught up on that, you know, getting on probation, and it just becomes easy, and sometimes you don't see it. So if you don't want to
Hi,
change,
sir. Tell me your name.
Adrian Floor.
it's a
Mr.
cycle.
Floor,
Yep,
you're
a
here
vicious
on
cycle.
a warrant out of Maricopa
It's not
County
hard.
Superior
Oh,
Court.
it is.
Looks like it's on a theft charge. There is a $1,500 bond amount on that warrant. Jail, are you showing any holds? It looks like he has a couple of different cases and a
Where have
felony
you been?
probation.
I've been
He's on
nowhere.
felony probation.
No, I'm trying to go do that.
Sorry, sir, hang on. I need to hear the jail and I cannot hear them. Hang on. Jail, did you say no holds? Okay. So, Mr. Floor, today I am going to impose the $1,500 cash or secured bond amount that is on the warrant out of Maricopa County Superior Court. I am going to set a review hearing for you here on June 16th at 9 o'clock. What
up,
should
Jay?
happen is if you don't have any holds here, they're going to notify Maricopa County. The Pima County Jail will notify Maricopa County that you're in custody on this warrant. If you post the bond and get released, you must contact Maricopa County Superior Court to get this case resolved. It's not going to go away. If you are still in custody for any reason here, we're going to have a review hearing on June 16th at 9, just like we're doing here today, so that we can make sure that you aren't just sitting here at the Pima County Jail. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am. Would this affect my probation or anything like?
I don't
'Cause I'm
know. Right. I don't know the answer to that. So you've got this Maricopa County case that you have to get resolved. I'm imposing the $1,500 bond today. If you post the bond, then you can get released, but you have to contact Maricopa County. You also, whenever you get released, should talk with your probation officer about the fact that this is going on. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're all done for today.
Hey, Chantel, you're absolutely right. A lot of it has to do with the environment you're in. If other people around you are doing the same things, then you're probably going to do the same things as them.
Hey, sir, tell me your name.
Michael Jandruski.
Mr. Jandruski, you are here today on a charge of criminal damage. It is a
I
felony
am
offense.
the
You do have
lost.
the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances
It hasn't
of this
started yet.
offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. They're asking for a $5,000 bond. Did you want to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. The $5,000 bond is primarily because this is an offense that is a danger to the public. These charges arise out of an alleged DUI.
I'm waiting on another screen for
And
Polk County. This is it right here.
There seems to be a very significant history with alcohol. That's why the state is asking for a $5,000 bond.
Ms. Priestman, I am inclined to impose a bond on this case. I do understand that some of the criminal history is older, but that's not as compelling given the fact that there's, I think, at least 2 or more.
What
So
up, my
that is my
boy?
inclination. Did you want to be heard?
I do. So Mr. Jandruski is retired. He is a school teacher. He's a high school
Florida,
teacher
yep.
at Choya High School. He lives at a home, his own home. He has a dog there that we don't know what we're going to do about that because he doesn't have any of his numbers because they took his phone. So he can't call his sister, who would be the person that he would be able to call. So we're kind of having a problem. But anyway, he is asking to be released under the supervision of pretrial services. If you're going to have a bond, maybe a $200 or $300 bond, and maybe we could try to figure out somebody that would be able to pay that so that he could take care of his dog. But he's willing to not drive, to be breathalyzed as many times as the court deems necessary, and under whatever, house arrest type of,
Keep him in there.
of conditions the court thinks is necessary to protect the community.
I am going to impose a $5,000 cash or secured bond today. Mr. Jędruski, if you post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You are required to check in with that agency as scheduled, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. This is an alcohol-related offense. You will be required to submit to alcohol monitoring. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license. You can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do not return to the incident location where the criminal damage occurred. That's where the victims are. Do you understand all those conditions of release, sir?
$5,000 bond.
That's what I have to come up with.
That's what you have to come up with.
Um,
And your lawyer's going to come out and see you. Do you understand?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
As long as I can, like we talked before, to get my billfold back that has a credit
Yes,
card.
I
have to do
understand.
that.
Mr. Jędruski, I need you to confirm with me that you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed today.
I understand.
Okay.
I am the last.
You don't have to like them. I just need to know that you understand the condition.
I understand the conditions.
Okay. Your next court date is going to be May 27th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future court dates. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear for your next date, but if you post bond and get released, you must stay in contact with your attorney so you're aware of any court date changes. If you do not show up for court, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that consequence if you fail to appear for your hearing?
I understand that.
Right.
May I ask a question?
You can ask me.
Oh.
What?
When do I have to?
Your lawyer's going to come out and talk to you about paying that.
Okay.
Okay? About the ways that you can make that happen. Okay? All right.
Hey,
We're good.
if you guys could do me
Thank
a
you. You're all
favor,
done for today.
if you guys could follow my buddy right there, I pinned this comment, Lost Angel in Barcelona.
Okay.
He's a real great artist. I've been trying to encourage him to do drawings, and he wants to get the ability to go live. So if you guys could hit that follow, I would really appreciate it.
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Hey, thank you,
Jeffrey
Sue. Highly
Johnstone.
appreciate that.
Your middle name, Paul?
Yes.
All right. You were here today,
Don't see
sir,
the
for an
pin.
initial appearance on charges of possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
There we go. I
You
put it
do
back.
have the right
Thank
to
you,
an
Teresa.
attorney on this case. Today, I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today.
Thank you, Purple.
I've had an opportunity to review information provided to me by pretrial services. They prepare a report that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. Based on the nature of this offense, sir, that's what we refer to as personal possession drug
You don't see it?
charges, you may be eligible
It's
to
not there.
participate in a pre-indictment diversion program.
Yo,
If
my
you
boy, drop
qualify
another
for
comment.
that program, it means that the state would not go forward with these felony charges if you successfully complete it. It would require that you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment. Are you willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. With that, counsel, I'm inclined to release him to pretrial services, give him his step steering date next week. Ms. Priestman, are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Right. So, sir, I am going to release you today to the custody of pretrial services.
Okay.
You are going to be required to stay in contact with that agency and participate
Thank you,
in any
Lisa.
monitoring or treatment they direct. You are not allowed to have any alcohol.
Brandy, thank
Do
you.
not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Your next court date is going to be next week. It's going to be May 22nd at 9 o'clock. That will be at Pima County Superior Court on the 3rd floor.
Luna,
Ms.
thank you.
Priestman will write that down for you. It's going to be in front of Judge Hampson. At that hearing, you'll have a chance to meet with your attorney that handles the pre-indictment diversion program. Pretrial services will be in the courtroom, and also providers from our community for substance abuse treatment. So if you do qualify, you'll find out about it that day, and they'll go ahead and sign you up. Your
Thank you,
next
Lori.
hearing after the
Thank
one
you,
next
NorCal.
week, which is very important for you to go to, is your preliminary hearing. That one we're going to set out a little bit. That one will be June 30th at 1:30. That hearing may or may not occur. depending upon what happens with your eligibility for the diversion program. But if you fail to appear for future court dates, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. That hearing next week at 9, please make sure you show up at 9
Lost
o'clock
Angel
so that you get an opportunity to
in
meet with everyone
Barcelona.
in the courtroom to see if you're eligible. It's really important for your participation to be there. Do you understand all those conditions of release I gave you today?
Yes, I do.
Right. You're all done for today.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Cynthia. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Lundgren.
All right, let's see if we get some regular
Hi, ma'am.
criminals.
Tell me your name.
Valerie Lundgren.
Ms. Lundgren, you were here today on charges of possession of dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. These are felony offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel
What up,
seated
Cherry?
with you for purposes of the hearing. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. They prepare a report for the court that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. I am inclined to release Ms. Lundgren to pretrial and give her the steps review hearing date next week. Does either party wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Lundgren, based on the nature of the charges, the drug charges, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. It's called STEPS. If you qualify for the program and successfully complete it, then the state would not go forward with these felony charges. But you have to agree to participate in substance abuse treatment. Is that something that you would be willing to do?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to give you a hearing date of next week, May 22nd at 9 a.m. That hearing is going to take place on the 3rd floor of Superior Court in front of Judge Hampson.
It's like that right here in
At that
Pima.
court hearing, you'll meet with your public defender.
Oh.
Pretrial services will be there, who you're going
Polk
to have
County
to
is
stay in
about to
contact
start,
with. We'll
ladies
talk
and
about that in a
gentlemen.
minute. And then also treatment providers from our community.
And it
If
looks
you
like we have a
qualify
full
for the
house.
program, you'll have an opportunity to set everything up right there. It is very important that you go to that hearing if you want to be eligible. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your conditions of release are being released to pretrial services. That means you must stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You cannot possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Ms. Priestman, are we willing to waive time for the PH?
Yes.
So after that hearing next week, the next hearing for your case is going to be a preliminary hearing, and that will take place on June 30th at 1:30. That hearing may or may not occur, but you have to show up for all your future court dates. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that, Ms. Lundgren?
Yes.
All right. You're all done for today. Make sure you get to that hearing next week.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, go to the hearing. Thank you. Okay.
All right, so Polk County, they just allowed me into the room. Here we go, but it hasn't started
Sir,
yet.
tell
So
me your name.
once it starts, I'll go ahead and switch on over.
Mr. McCollum, you were here on a warrant out of Nogales. Looks like for narcotic drug possession or use.
Rugs. All right. Thank you. Gracias.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. I will note that this does appear to be an older matter. The bond amount on the warrant is $300. If I release you on this case today, Mr. McComb, will you promise to get in contact with
James, you think
Nogales
Big City,
Justice
California
Court so
court
you can
is
get
the
this
same?
taken care of?
Nah.
Absolutely.
All right.
California's trying to
It
hold
doesn't
everybody.
look like it's proceeded to felony charges in Santa Cruz County, but it may have. I can't really tell from the way the warrant is worded. So it could be Santa Cruz County Superior Court.
What up,
Wherever it
Kate?
is, you do need
Lynn?
to contact them.
Harris
When
County.
you get released later today, I do have the Nogales Justice Court
I
case
got his
number
link.
written on the court paperwork. That should help you.
Bo knows.
The warrant was issued on December 5th of 2024. So I'm going to release you today on this matter, and you do need to contact them so you can get your court date in the future for
I'll
them
start
and get
streaming
this
him
taken
soon.
care of. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
You're all done for today.
Okay, there you are.
Yeah, go down there.
I think we got some action on Polk County. Oh, yeah. Juan. Oh, no. Juan needs to turn off his audio. Is it Juan?
Hey, sir, tell me your name.
My name is Brady Reinhardt.
Hang on just a second.
Hold up. Oh, those glasses. I don't like those glasses. Those glasses are always suspect. What do you guys think this guy did?
All right, Mr. Reinhardt, you are here on a few different matters today. You're here on a felony charge of being in possession of a firearm as a prohibited possessor.
Oh.
There are also warrants out of Justice Court, and we have warrants out of City Court that we need to talk about today. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the felony case, you do have the right to have an attorney. I am going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you in that case. You do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release. They're asking for a $10,000 bond. I was inclined to impose a $7,500 cash or secured bond today on this matter and bonds on the other matters as well. State need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Priestman?
So, Judge, Mr. Reinhardt tells me that in the Cochise County, or is it Santa Cruz County or Cochise County? Cochise County cases, he's on IPS up here. There's a courtesy supervision. So he's on IPS. His PO is Jason Matthews. He is residing up here. I don't see a probation hold, but I don't know if there will be a probation hold at some point. He's been on IPS up here for those same charges in that he's got on his criminal history. So I don't know what the new ones are or if they're old.
Thank you.
Or something left over. But anyway, he has a full-time job at L&L Manufacturing.
Hey, what up, Teresa?
Manufacturing components.
Governor.
He has a place to live. He's in compliance with his probation officer. I think Rika Myers is the person supervising you next.
Yeah, my current.
Tell me.
I'm sorry. Yes, my current PO is.
Okay. And then, so what we're
Thank you,
asking you
Steph.
to do,
Thank you, Patricia.
because he's pre-indictment on this prohibited possessor case, we're asking you to release him back on his probation conditions, IPS conditions.
IPS. Is that intensive probation?
I am going to impose a bond on this case today, $7,500 cash or secured. Jail, I'm assuming you don't have a probation hold yet.
Thank you for that candy bouquet, Patricia.
We do not, Your Honor.
Right. If you post that bond, Mr. Reinhardt, then you would be released to pretrial services.
Hello.
You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and you are not permitted to have any firearms for any reason ever. The next hearing date for you is going to be May 27th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing.
I never said I was good
That
at
hearing may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future
accents,
hearings.
if you
And if you
will.
fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions of release for
Hey,
your
thank you,
felony
Sancho.
case today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
I would imagine
Don't give up
probation
my
will
day
get
job.
notice that you
My
are
wife
in
tells me all
custody,
that
and I
all the
will-
time.
would imagine that they will come see you.
Nah. The arson? Nah.
And then
From
let's
Phoenix.
talk about the
No.
warrant out of
Unless she came in at 5 o'clock. I forgot to record the 5 o'clock
Cochise
one.
County does have a $1,500 bond amount on it.
Come
I am
see
inclined
me
to
then.
impose that today.
Come see
And
me.
as Ms. Priestman said, this does not appear to be a holdover from what you were on
No, thank
probation
you.
for, but hopefully your attorney can get that resolved for you.
Please do
today
so,
I am going to
Teresa.
enter a $1,500 cash or
shit.
secured bond that has to be in addition to the $7,500 that the court previously imposed.
I thought it was soccer. What?
I'm going to set a review hearing for you here. So the purpose of that is once Cochise County
Video on
knows
TT of a
that
lady.
you've been picked
What?
up on the warrant, then they could come get you, Mr. Reinhardt, but you're going to have some things here in Pima County to resolve first. So review hearing date is going to be June 16th at 9. If you find yourself still in
Most
custody
likely,
at the
yeah,
Pima County
Jay.
Jail, then we'll do just what we're doing here today to review this bond amount and make sure that that matter has been taken care of.
Polk County is normally kind of
Do you
quick.
understand the reason for that review hearing?
They're super fast. They're quick and
All right.
efficient.
And then finally, we do need to talk about your city court case as well. It's a theft or shoplifting matter. And it looks like a warrant was issued for your arrest back in January of 2024. So this has been pending a while. I am going to impose a $50 cash or secured bond on that matter, appoint the city public defender's office to represent you in that case. If you do post that bond and get released on these things, don't go
Can you
back
get
to
into
the
NY
incident location
cases?
where the shoplifting occurred.
I
The victims
wish.
are there and you can't have any contact with them. Your next hearing on the city court case is going to be a video review hearing May 23rd at 1:45 in front of Judge Verena if you are still in custody. So you'll appear via
You
video,
did?
much like you're doing today with Judge Verena, so you can get this city court
Hey,
matter
I'm
resolved.
excited.
If you post bond and get released, your next court date in city court will be June 16th at 2:30 in front of Judge Verena. Whenever you do get released, Mr. Reihart, you will have court paperwork. I know Ms. Priestman wrote down the dates for you, but we'll also make sure that the jail gives you that paperwork so you have the future court date and time for that city court case. If you do fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest in all of these courts. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Thank you, Teresa. Just let me know.
All right, you're
I'll
all
send
done
you the
for
money.
today.
So call your legal defender and then they're gonna get everything sorted out for you, okay?
Okay, so let me test. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, it's called later. Yeah, okay.
Hey, thank you, Teresa. Highly appreciate that. No, don't be draft.
Hi, sir.
It's
Tell
a
me your
gift
name.
from the UK.
Darian
If you
Tarver.
insist.
Mr. Tarver, you are here on multiple matters here today. One is a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court for failing to appear for an initial appearance and arraignment on an aggravated assault count. That's a class 4 felony. You're also here on a warrant out of Oro Valley for offenses that occurred March of 2025, disorderly conduct, obstructing, and criminal trespass. And then you also have Tucson City Court matters to talk about today. Looks like those are new charges, so we will talk about those here in a minute. You do have the right to remain silent on all these cases. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the felony matter, you do have the right to an attorney. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I have had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release as well. They are recommending the $1,000 bond that's on the warrant. That is my inclination. Did the state need to be heard further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Priestman?
So Judge, Mr. Tarver's asking that to be released to pretrial services, give him another chance to be in compliance and go to court. He tells me that back in March when he missed his arraignment, he did have medical issues that he was dealing with. He does, he can reside with his cousin's mother, and her name is Nija. I think that's on the pretrial services report. So he's asking to be released under the supervision of pretrial, give him another chance to show up.
Looks like there, according to the information I have from pretrial, there is a couple different opportunities for him to show up previously. So I am going to impose the $1,000 cash or secured bond today. If you do post that bond, Mr. Tarver, then you need to report to pretrial services as directed.
Do you need any assistance with this guy?
All right, we're switching over, guys.
Allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or
That's fine.
illegal
Thank you.
substance, any
Appreciate it.
firearms, also no contact with the victim in this case. Your next court date on this felony matter is going to be May 22nd at 1:30. That is your arraignment. If you do remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear likely via video, much like you're doing here today for that hearing. If you post bond and get released, it's your responsibility to show up to court for the arraignment. And if you don't, they'll issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand the conditions of release I've imposed today?
Yes, I understand.
All right, now we need to talk about the Oro Valley matter. I am going to impose a bond on that matter. It's going to be a $250 cash or secured bond. I'm going to appoint Richard Glenn to represent you in that case. If you post the bond in that case and get released, don't have any contact with the victim and do not return to the incident location. Your next hearing will also be, if you're in custody, a video review hearing on May 21st at 10:30. If you do post your bond, your hearing at Oro Valley City Court will be June 11th at 10:30. You are required to appear. They'll issue more warrants for you. Do you understand, Mr. Tarver?
Yes.
And then finally, your city court matter. This was current charges, and it was for obstructing, refusing to provide your truthful name, and also being in the parks after hours.
I gotta check.
This is the time for your initial appearance and arraignment on those charges.
I tagged you in
Under
it. Thank
not
you,
guilty
Deanna.
Pleas for you. You are presumed innocent. On that case, I am going to impose a $50 cash or secured bond, appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. Don't go back to that park. Your next hearing for Tucson City Court is going to be May 23rd at 1:45. That will be in front of Judge Mayhew.
Oh,
and then
snap.
again, if you get released, your next hearing is going to be June 17th at 9:30. And again, when you get released, you'll get copies of the paperwork, so that will have all of your court dates on it. Do you understand all of the conditions that I've imposed for you today on these cases?
Yes, I understand.
And if you don't show up in city court, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing and future hearings in your absence if you don't show up. They could set a trial in your absence, and if you get convicted and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could lose your right to an appeal. Do you understand all of those consequences in your Tucson City Court case if you fail to appear?
Yes.
Done for today, Mr. Tarver.
All right, we're switching over, guys.
All right, everyone, we are done for the day. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Perfect timing. Bam. Let me close this down here. All right, let me move this screen over here like so. And let me turn on the audio.
Three purposes and three purposes only.
Una audiencia de primera comparecencia es para tres propósitos y tres propósitos solamente.
First, I will advise you of the charges filed against you and determine whether there are reasonable grounds to believe a crime has been committed.
Primero les informaré sobre los cargos presentados en su contra y si existen fundamentos razonables para creer que se cometió un delito.
And you are the person who committed the crime.
Y que usted es la persona quien cometió el delito.
Second, I will ask if you would like it. I'm sorry. Second, I will ask if you would like a lawyer to represent you.
Segundo, preguntaré si a usted le gustaría que le represente un abogado.
If you already have retained an attorney, please let me know.
Si ya ha contratado un abogado, por favor, déjenmelo saber.
If you would like to have your attorney present with you, we can defer this hearing to another day.
Si usted quisiera que su abogado esté presente con usted, podemos aplazar esta audiencia a otro día.
To allow your attorney the opportunity to be here.
Para permitirle a su abogado la oportunidad de estar aquí.
If you cannot afford an attorney and want an attorney represented by the court, appointed by the court.
If you will.
Si usted no puede pagar su propio abogado y quiere que le asignen un abogado mediante el tribunal,
I will provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
entonces le nombraré profesionalmente la oficina de defensores públicos para que le represente.
When I say provisionally, that means you will still have to qualify to receive the public defender's assistance.
Cuando digo provisionalmente, lo que quiero decir es que aún tendrá que calificar para recibir la asistencia de defensor público.
The public defender will begin to represent you today.
Pero los defensores públicos empezarán a representarle hoy.
There's a $50 application fee for applying for the public defender services.
Una cuota de $50 de aplicación para el servicio de defensor público.
In certain instances, the court may require you to pay a reasonable value for the public defender's services.
En ciertas instancias es posible que un juez exija que pague un valor razonable por el servicio del defensor público.
The third purpose for this hearing is to review your bond status.
El tercer propósito de esta audiencia es revisar el estatus de su fianza.
In some cases, the bond set for you through booking might be too high.
En estos casos, la fianza fijada para usted durante el fichaje puede estar muy elevada.
And in other cases, it might be too low.
En otros casos, puede estar baja.
In some instances, it may be appropriate to impose certain conditions of pretrial release.
En estos casos, puede ser adecuado imponer ciertas condiciones de libertad condicional.
Throughout this proceeding, each of you has the right to remain silent.
Durante este proceso, sepan que cada uno de ustedes tiene el derecho a permanecer en silencio.
If you choose not to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you.
Si escoge no permanecer en silencio, cualquier cosa que diga puede ser usada en su contra.
In this regard, know there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom here with me today.
A propósito de esto, sepan que en el juzgado el día de hoy está presente un asistente de la fiscalía.
Listening to everything that's being said, and everything we say is being recorded.
Escuchando todo lo que se dice y todo lo que se dice está siendo grabado.
This is Florida.
So please do not say anything about the crime itself.
Así que por favor, no diga nada sobre el delito en sí.
In the event I have a need to ask you questions, you may refuse to answer any questions I ask.
La eventualidad de que yo tenga la necesidad de hacerle preguntas, pueden negarse a contestar cualquier pregunta que yo haga.
Can't see
Finally,
that.
know that you
You'll
have
see
the
them
right to
shortly.
communicate with your family, friends, and with your attorney.
Por último, sepan que tienen el derecho a comunicarse con sus familiares, amistades y con su abogado.
Please keep these rights in mind as we go through this process.
Por favor, recuerden estos derechos mientras pasamos por este proceso.
As your name is called, please step forward.
Cuando se llame su nombre, por favor, pase al podio.
Please stand up, raise your right hand, and answer out loud to the following question.
Ponerse de pie y contestar en voz alta la siguiente pregunta.
You swear or affirm the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Afirman el testimonio que daremos será la verdad, toda la verdad.
Everyone who answered out loud yes may sit down. If you did not answer out loud yes, please remain standing, and we'll have further questions for you. Okay, all those people in the back did not answer yes?
They need to be sworn in. You had somebody like they couldn't stand up.
All right, raise your right hand and answer out loud to the following question. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Tell you what. Come on.
Oh, boy.
There you guys go. Does that work for you guys? Can you stream Pakistan?
All right. Okay, first we're going to take the two cases that require the services of the interpreter. Then we have an in custody. Then we're going to go to private attorneys, and then we'll jump to the rest of everybody else. All right. So the first case is Marlene Ochoa.
Marlene Ochoa. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna blow it up for you guys because I know some of you guys can't see.
Mr.
nothing.
Ochoa, you are charged in this case with domestic violence battery.
There we go. How's that right there?
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 charges of that. And aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Perfect.
And it looks like these are direct filed charges
You're right.
that the state attorney's office filed upon. Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Yes, I'd like a PD.
I'm getting
I
better at
provisionally
this.
appointed a public
Thank
defender
you.
to represent you in this case. And I have reviewed the state attorney's office information and arrest report, and they do find probable cause for these charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bond as a condition of pretrial release. Your bond is set at $7,500 on each of the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charges, and $15,000 on the aggravated battery with a deadly weapon charge.
Damn.
$5,000 on the domestic violence battery charge. Once you are released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow. Thereafter, you need to report 5 times a week by phone every week.
5 times a week?
Mondays through Fridays.
Your Honor, that's outrageous.
Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, or knives.
Yeah, they got shorts on. That is correct. It must be hot in there. They probably
You're
don't
also
have any air
prohibited from
conditioner.
having any contact with the victim. You cannot contact the victim in any way, shape, or form. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim.
Most of the people don't even have a phone. How are they going to call? I could already see it now. Your Honor, I didn't
Victim's
have a
residence,
phone.
place
I
of
lost my
employment,
phone.
vehicle, and schools at all times.
I didn't have signal, Your Honor. I ran out of airtime.
Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
Next! Hey, what up? What up, Mama?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's
My
all
dog
I
ate
have
my
in front of you today.
That one. Thank you, ma'am, very much. I appreciate it. That one
No
was
problem. Have a
15.
good day.
You too.
And was the other one 15,000?
No, you have them right on the other ones.
Okay.
My Wi-Fi is too, Your Honor. Look for the last standing payphone.
Is Benedito Rodriguez Adorno.
Let's see this character right here.
We'll pull up the arrest warrant on this one, please.
Oh, damn, we got the mute
And I'm
button
gonna
on
have a
him.
question for the clerk and the state attorney's office on this one. At least when I look at,
The mute button has a mind of its
Una
own.
pregunta para la secretaria para este caso.
The unmute button does what it wants. Don't tell it what to do. It does what it wants. A P test? Man, they better get the Wizinator. Get the Wizination.
I mean, there was when I looked at it earlier. I think that was my question.
They got them separated. So the women are in the front right here. Somewhere around here, right here. And then the men are back there. So they got them separated. That's why that's why you see 2 groups of people. The women are in blue. The men are in
skip
orange.
this one for a minute and go to the other interpreter case.
Se va a pasar un momento,
What up,
llamamos
Nana?
a otros casos que necesitan intérprete.
And that is Olson Valley.
Chat. Next.
You're charging this.
Vámonos.
It looks like you're here before for a warrant from another jurisdiction, from Sarasota County on a underlying grand theft charge, and it's a violation of probation in that case.
Well, they give them tablets.
Por una orden de arresto de Sara. De mayor cuantía y es un incumplimiento de su probatoria.
So I'm sorry, we're getting a little feedback here.
My
It
apologies,
sounds
my
very
honor.
muffled. We couldn't hear nothing she said.
Nothing.
Okay.
Please write the report. Is this better?
No. Probably
Better?
worse.
Anybody looking for love? You might have your chance here.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you hardly at all. And
Yeah,
I
it
certainly
sound-
can't hear you clearly at all.
What about now? Yeah.
Nope.
I will log in and call like
Love during lockup.
Okay, sounds like we're gonna have to figure something else out, and we're gonna come back to the Spanish interpretation cases. All right, let's go to Mr. Wesley.
Yeah, I like how the mute button thinks that somebody's chest is a hand. All the little oranges in the back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wesley.
Hey, thank you, Jennifer.
In this case, you're charged with kidnapping, inflicting bodily harm, or terrorizing a victim, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and domestic violence, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Who is she talking to?
In this case. And I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring as a condition of release. Additionally, bail will be a condition of release.
There they go. They're on the lower right.
Once you're released, and I see the state attorney's office standing up, did you want to address one of the charges?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe there was a waiving of the reading. So for count one, the kidnapping, it's a first degree felony dangerous crime. It's also punished by life. The state is requesting that the court exercise its discretion to do so for a number of reasons. The defendant has a lengthy criminal history, which includes a prior conviction for trafficking amphetamines. He was released before the state prison. In that case, that included that count, January 1st, 2021. In addition, he's also in custody for failing to appear for a week of work release.
Jennifer.
In addition, based on the facts in the affidavit, there were minor children at the home when this was occurring. When the defendant was stopped in a vehicle, a gun matching the description that was used against the victim was located in that. In addition, I believe law enforcement has also filed for a risk protection order. The defendant, even prior to deploying a gun, was going to use a pipe. So the amount of violence is significant. The risk that the defendant poses to both the victim and the community is significant. And because of that, the state is requesting that the defendant be held no bond on that count.
If I were to hold him no bond on that count, would he go before a hearing? When would his hearing date be before the assigned judge?
If the court holds him no bond, then his attorney would need to file for an Arthur hearing. If the court's not inclined to do so, because it's a dangerous crime, I'd have to cite the rule, ask that it be set over for tomorrow for a pretrial detention hearing.
Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
Your Honor, Grace Bowles, for the record, we would request that the court consider setting a bond today.
As to the state's request, I am going to, at least on the one charge, the kidnapping charge, I am going to hold you no bond on that charge. As to the remaining counts, I am going to set a bond. I'm going to end the pretrial release conditions. So as to the remaining counts, I will require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring as a condition. Additionally, bail will be a condition of pretrial release.
Is anybody else's screen lagging?
Without the GPS monitor being affixed to your person. Once you are released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank you for that, daily, Shannon.
I'm going to impose a curfew from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m.
If your screen's lagging, you should probably go in and go
possess or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. Additionally, you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim and have no contact with the victim in any way, shape, or form. Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
Next! Yeah, he's not going to be home for quite some time.
Mr. Wesley.
Especially in Florida.
Bonds are $10,000 on each of those counts. Okay, thanks.
Florida don't play around.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You got your pass. All right, we're going to go back to the Spanish interpretation cases.
No, I'm from the west side. I'm from West LA.
Are you? Thanks. When you're ready for me. All right, we're gonna go back to the Spanish interpretation cases. And the first one, I'm gonna get to the one we were starting, Mr. Valley.
Okay, se llama caso del señor Valle.
Mr. Valley, it looks like you're here because you have a warrant out of Sarasota County for a violation of probation.
Señor Valle, parece que está aquí por una orden de arresto del condado de Sarasota por un incumplimiento de probatoria.
On an underlying grand theft charge.
Por un cargo inicial de hurto de mayor cuantía.
And because it's an alleged violation of probation,
Ya que es una alegado incumplimiento de probatoria,
your bond status is no bond.
El estatus de su fianza es no fianza.
I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant teletype confirmation.
He revisado el informe de arresto y la confirmación de la orden de arresto mediante dispositivo teletype.
And I do find probable cause for the charge.
Encuentro motivo fundado por el cargo.
So Sarasota will have to come get you.
Así que Sarasota tendrá que venir a buscarte.
And because it's an out-of-county case,
y ya que es un caso fuera de este condado,
I cannot appoint a public defender to represent you.
No le puedo nombrar un defensor público del condado de Ford para que lo represente.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. Please step to your left.
Gracias, señor Valle. Pasa a tu izquierda.
Let's look to the other one, please. All right, let's go to Benavito Rodriguez.
Benavito Rodriguez, come on down to the Price is Wrong. Almost at 70,000 likes. Thank you, Build Cool Things, and for everybody that's been tapping. Highly appreciate you guys. Let's get up to 100K, if you
All right,
will.
so you're charged in this case with 4 counts of criminal mischief, $200 or less.
What's good,
cargo se le
bro?
acusa,
What up?
señor,
What up?
de daños a la propiedad, $200 o menos.
Possession of burglary tools with intent to use.
4 cargos del anterior y un cargo de posesión de herramientas para allanamiento.
4 counts of grand theft of a property.
4 cargos de uso de mayor cuantía de propiedad.
Dwelling or curtilage.
Domicilio o perímetro de domicilio.
Unarmed burglary, crossing county lines, 4 counts of that.
Allanamiento no armado y cruzar líneas fronterizas entre condados. 4 cargos de eso.
You'd like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you in this case?
¿Desea usted que le nombre la Defensoría Pública para que le represente en este caso?
Sí.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Nombro provisionalmente la Defensoría Pública para que le represente.
One moment.
Un momento.
Un momento.
In this case, I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit.
En ese caso, he revisado la orden de arresto y el affidavit de denuncia.
And I do find probable cause for all the charges.
Encuentro motivo fundado por todos los cargos.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release.
En este caso, exigiré libertad condicional.
GPS electronic monitoring.
Monitoreo mediante GPS electrónico.
And bail as conditions of pretrial release.
Thank you,
Y
Spooky.
fianza como condición de libertad condicional.
You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person.
No le pondrán en libertad hasta que le hayan colocado en su persona el monitor GPS.
Once you're released, you need to report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow in person.
Una vez que lo dejen en libertad, debe reportarse inmediatamente, personalmente, a la Oficina de Libertad Condicional en Bartow.
Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Después tendrá que reportarse telefónicamente 3 veces por semana, lunes, miércoles y viernes.
On each of the criminal mischief charges, your bail is set at $250.
Por cada uno de los cargos de daños a la propiedad, la fianza está en $250.
On each of the grand theft charges, your bail is set at $7,500.
Por cada uno de los cargos de hurto de mayor cuantía, la fianza está fijada en $7,500.
On the possession of burglary tools charge, your bail is set at $5,000.
En la posesión de herramientas para allanamiento delictivo, la fianza está fijada en $5,000.
On each of the burglary charges,
Por cada uno de los cargos de allanamiento,
your bail is set at $10,000.
la fianza está fijada en $10,000.
Additionally, you may not have any contact with the victims.
Adicionalmente, se le prohíbe tener cualquier clase de contacto con las víctimas.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times.
Debe mantenerse a 500 pies de distancia de las víctimas, de sus hogares, vehículos y lugares de empleo, escuela en todo momento.
You must also stay at least 500 feet away from the event location.
También debe mantenerse mínimo de 500 pies de distancia del lugar donde los...
And you are imposing a curfew from 9 p.m. until 9 p.m. until 6 a.m.
También tendrá un horario restringido de 9 p.m. hasta 6 a.m.
Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
Gracias, señor. Pase a tu izquierda.
So for the unarmed burglary, that was 2,000.
This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Florida. Hey, thank you, Mimi.
All right. Do you mind making an announcement, seeing if that's all of the Spanish cases, please?
We have a number with that central.
All right. Who is that?
Herrera. Herr.
Wheel him in, boys. Wheel him in. If you will. Damn, James, you're cold.
Gerardo Herrera.
Gerardo Herrera.
Is this live?
Sir, you're charged in this case with trespass on a structure or a conveyance.
En este caso se le acusa de intrusión ilegal en una edificación o medio de transporte.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
¿Desea que le nombre la Defensoría Pública para que le represente?
Let me
Mr.
lower
Herrera,
that.
did you hear me?
Señor Herrera, ¿me oyó?
Do you want me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
¿Quiere que le nombre un defensor público para que le represente?
Charles Manson is she gators.
He said C. He said C.
He said C.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case.
Le nombro provisionalmente la Defensoría Pública para que le represente en este caso.
And I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for this charge.
He revisado el informe de arresto. Encuentro que existe motivo fundado por este cargo.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release.
He said C.
En este caso, exigiré libertad condicional con fianza como condición de la libertad condicional.
Your bail is set at $500.
Tu fianza está fijada en $500.
Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person.
Una vez que lo dejen en libertad, debe reportarse inmediatamente personalmente a la oficina de libertad condicional en Bartow.
Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week.
Después tendrá que reportarse telefónicamente cada semana.
2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
2 veces por semana, los martes y los jueves.
You're also to have no contact with Walmart stores.
Oh, not the Walmart.
También se puede tener cualquier clase de contacto con las tiendas Walmart.
And you have to stay at least 500 feet away from the event location.
Y debe mantenerse a por lo menos 500 pies de distancia del lugar de los hechos.
My understanding is that you've got 2 open cases.
Tengo entendido que tiene 2 casos abiertos.
But that you were released on your own recognizance on those cases.
Y que le habían puesto en libertad bajo palabra por esos casos.
Really?
Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Gracias, señor Herrera.
Do you mind making an announcement, please?
Atención, si alguien más necesitará interpretación al español, por favor, levante su mano ahora.
I would not feel safe with that cop. That cop, he makes me
Thank you very
uncomfortable.
much. I think I see Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox, which case do you have?
I will not be
I
one
have Matthew Overton, Judge.
I would not want to be left alone with that copper
real
right
quick.
there.
All right, and is Mr. Overton present?
He should be.
I feel you.
Someone getting up back there, Judge.
Something about
See
him.
putting
is
on
off.
his shirt maybe and coming up. Mr. Overton, can you approach, please?
Next, Mr. Overton, come on down to the price is wrong. Please let Mr.
Judge, I was
Overton
just
through.
retained today on Mr. Overton's case. I don't know the facts. Can I ask what the case number is?
Yes. 25 CO.
Jules, thank you for that
25 or
daily.
24?
I have 25 CO.
That's just the Polk County number since it's a violation of probation.
Thank you for that
and he's
daily.
not a-
Columbia 24 CF.
Ah, I hate them, Steven.
00
The worst.
569.
Burn them up. Throw them in the trash.
What he's got to do, Judge?
It looks like from the
Why is he
affidavit
barefoot?
that he submitted to a test and it did not turn out well.
He didn't use the Wizinator. Come on.
So
You're
it's a
messing up.
violation case. I was told there was a new charge too, possibly. Is there any new charges?
The only thing I have on my docket is a violation of probation for the Columbia case.
The Wizinator would have been cheaper than a lawyer.
A bond in this case, it has to set it over for the quickest date we can get, and I'll go ahead and file a motion for bond today or tomorrow on this case.
He had a GPA
And I have reviewed the
4.0.
arrest report, and I do find probable cause for this charge. And right now, you're right, he is, his bond status is no bond.
Hey, there goes the wheeler. They're wheeling him
I
away.
don't have a hearing date for him, but that's the situation, Mr. Cox, okay?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Maricopa at
Absolutely.
11. You
Thank
know
you.
it.
Take care.
Hey, what up,
Thanks,
Raven?
Mr. Overton.
This
Are there
should
any
be
other
done
private
quickly.
attorneys? All right, we're going to switch to the South County jail cases. The
South
first
County.
case is Adam Allen.
Your defense will waive reading of the underlying charge.
Yes, ma'am.
South, here we go. Let's switch over to South here really quick.
All right, Mr. Allen, you're here on a violation of probation. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this live?
Originally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the violation of probation of arrest warrant and the violation
up,
of
Vic?
probation affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the charge. Since this is an alleged violation of probation right now, your bond status is no bond. So that's the situation. Okay, Mr. Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey,
Just here left.
does anybody know if this is live
Eric Brewer.
or is this AI generated? This can't be live. Oh, they do have. That guy has socks. How does that whippersnapper got socks on?
It looks like you're
Hey,
here
thank you, Teresa.
Because a KPS was signed by another judge for violation of
Probably
pretrial
generated.
release conditions. I have reviewed that KPS as well as the affidavit
It's
of
135.
alleged pretrial release violations in this case.
Socks and
right
sliders.
now, it looks like your bond status is no bond. See the public defender. Okay, and the public defender is already assigned to represent you, and they'll continue to represent you at this time, okay?
The public defender is assigned to
Vegas.
represent me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought they said public defender, but you have a private attorney,
Okay.
okay?
Okay, that was a surprise.
Sorry about that, I need to get my hearing checked. Thank you, sir.
Mine already has been. Thank you.
Hey, why she
Appreciate it.
being so nice to this
The
fool?
next case is
She's never
Matthew
nice.
Christian.
Look at that fool with his old socks. Yeah, fool had socks. That fool has favoritism.
All right, Mr. Christian, are you
Socks and
familiar with what
sandals.
you're charged with?
Yes.
Would you like to have me appoint the public defender to represent you in this case?
Right, Sancho?
I did have one appointed last time, so I don't know if I can still use the same one.
No, he has to pay for it.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. And I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You are not to be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Thereafter, you need to report
Probably.
immediately upon your release to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person.
She's not reading up the
After
charges.
that, you need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Your bail is set at $10,000. And you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Please step to your left.
Thank
The next case
That
is
was
Clinton
happy.
Collins.
What's up with this fool wearing shorts and sandals? Let's see if she has the same energy for this
Mr.
guy.
Collins, you're charged with petty theft. Would you like
No.
for me to appoint the public defender to
Yep,
represent
something was
you?
up with those two guys.
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you, and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $350. Once you're released,
She said
you
this
need to
guy's
report to
charges.
Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow in person immediately.
Yes,
Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're to have no contact with any racetrack stores, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Please step to your left. Next case is Matthew Klein. Yes, ma'am.
I see Matthew Klein over here with his his sandal wearing sock self.
Mr. Klein, are you familiar with what you're charged with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Clarifying information, Your Honor. He actually was scheduled for a pretrial detention hearing this morning. It was continued because public defender's office was appointed. And I had a chance to talk to the detective because the charges that he originally went through first appearance and today's affidavit are basically duplicates. I was able to talk to the detective to confirm this. The only count that is new before you today.
Hey, that's how they get down in Polk County, Florida.
Number, it's one that says 13.
Let me look.
So my docket, it
Hold
says,
on 1 second. My docket's not up.
Right, Amanda?
Okay, number 13.
my docket showing 9, 10, 11.
I just noticed the CL20s.
This docket only has 8.
If I may approach, I'll show you.
CL20s. Hey, how many people have you seen wearing the CL20s? I never seen anybody doing their lives with
So that's the
CL20s.
only-
Is this live?
All the other charges have been addressed.
At first appearance?
None out here.
Correct. And that was before Judge Griffin on May 11th.
He's
So
getting
we're here on
eyeballed.
the one charge.
Convicted Pokemon scalper.
So
Sheen Gators.
This is the only one that's new for today. The other ones he's already.
So you want me just to cross them out that they already dealt with?
That
We
would be
need.
appropriate.
Is this a live stick, right? I'm working on it.
They've already been dealt with, and we're only here on the one charge, then yeah, so there's no confusion.
The detective was surprised that they were treated as new charges instead of being treated as an amended affidavit.
Mimi.
Hopefully you talk to him about how to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Oh man,
The
that's
conversation
awful.
wasn't too
T.
long because I had to make sure I get to court on time. But
Okay.
What up, Kimberly?
the pretrial detention hearing was this morning, and then it got continued.
Yeah, they are in
So
the
I got
jail.
to court
That is
for you
correct.
Today, I had a call.
The person that wasn't in court, they were handcuffed.
This charge that he's, the remaining charge that he's, the remaining charge that he's here on today.
What's that?
Just that, based on the charge and the seriousness of it, even though it's filed as an attempt, the state would be requesting a bond of $15,000.
An attempt. An attempt at what?
I might have pointed out the wrong one. And it's difficult because I know we're referring to counts.
I circled it.
So make sure I'm looking at the right one.
Circle
Okay.
it.
He already has a PD for you?
Yes, they were appointed this morning.
That's a thank you.
All right. So what is the state asking?
For that account, I'm asked for a bond of $15,000.
Do you have the other conditions? His other conditions of, I assume he was put on pretrial release for other.
The order says he was, but I couldn't find a copy of it in Polk records online.
Because they're probably bad charges. The
That's
ones
fine.
that'll get them hurt.
Have access to a different system that may or may not have it, but however it works.
For this specific charge, our number 13 on our docket, I'm going to require pretrial release, GPS, electronic monitoring, and bail as conditions of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you are released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow. But you're not to be released until the GPS monitor is affixed to your person. After you do your in-person initial report with pretrial release, thereafter you need to report by phone 7 days a week.
7? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your bail is set at $15,000 on this charge. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victims in this case. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times.
Your Honor, this one isn't an actual victim. It was part of a undercover investigation.
Oh, there it is. A
Take
sting.
out that last portion.
It was a sting.
But
Yep.
you are to have no intentional contact with minors.
Oh, there it is. Confirmed. Confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Please step to your
Enough
left.
said. Yep. Mimi. Sting. Get out of here with your sock wearing sandal self.
I'm moving on to the next case.
Why?
That is that one. Eddie Phillips.
Approaching, Your Honor.
Why is this whippersnapper? Why does he have a gray shirt on?
Mr. Phillips, you're charged with violation of probation for case number 2025 CT 29E. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Looking like
I
old
have
Burt Reynolds.
an attorney.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said I do have an attorney.
Is it the public defender?
No?
Is it a private attorney?
Yes.
Okay. This is Eddie Phillips.
Yes, yes, if you.
don't
So if you have a
disrespect
private
Burt.
attorney, they will continue to represent you in this case. I assume since you don't want me to appoint anyone else. Because it's an alleged violation of probation, your bond status is no bond. And I have reviewed the arrest warrant. I do find probable cause for this charge. So that's the situation, Mr. Phillips, okay?
Hey, do you guys love the TikTok shop or do you guys
Okay.
like the TikTok shop?
Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
We used to say that
The
back in
next
the
case is
70s.
Jermaine Pierce.
That's what a whippersnapper looked. Hey, I'm back.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Oh, yeah.
Afternoon, Mr. Pierce. Good. It looks like a direct information was filed by the state attorney's office for a charge of criminal mischief, $200 or less, with a subsequent, and this is a subsequent offense, it says. Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
So they dropped the charge down?
I don't know what was before them before, but I only know what this charge is.
So what's this charge? Is it a misdemeanor or a felony? Because it was a felony before.
The felony.
So it's a misdemeanor now?
No, it's a felony. It's an F3. So, Mr. Pierce, the public defender has already been appointed to represent you in this case, and they will continue to represent you.
So I'm trying to figure out the officer came last night and said that they dropped the charge down.
Okay.
I don't have anything about that. I can only tell you what I've said 3 times, what
Be
we're
right
here
back.
for today, okay? So that's what the state attorney's office charged. I do note that the pretrial services office states that you have a significant number of previous failures to appear. So in this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000. I'm also going to require GPS electronic monitoring as a condition of pretrial release. You're not to be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you're released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report every week by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Additionally, you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Take care. The next case is Anthony Roush.
Defense will be bringing.
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't mean to interrupt here, ma'am. I just want to make sure I didn't miss my case here. I'm here for Mr. Daniel Lopez.
I have not called Mr. Lopez yet. Are you a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure I didn't miss him.
That's okay. I made a call earlier for private attorneys, but I'll jump back to you as soon as we're done with this case, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Roush, are you familiar with what you're being charged with?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is the bailiff there with the docket that they can show you because the PD's office asked that I show you the docket? Okay, have you had a chance to review those, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. And I have reviewed the arrest reports, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. As to by all of the charges of violation of probation, your bond status is no bond. As to the new charge, I see the assistant state attorney standing before me. I assume you have something you want to tell me.
Yes, Your Honor. His co-defendant also came through first appearance yesterday. So I'll make similar arguments, and I let the court know what the judge did yesterday. Obviously, you have complete discretion to do whatever you wish. For the 2 capital felonies, the state is requesting no bond pursuant to the current bond schedule. For the 2 second-degree felonies, which I think should be 4 and 5 on your, actually, my docket says 1, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, the 2 second-degree felonies, yesterday, Judge Kaler did $50,000 per count with the following pretrial release conditions. No weapons, firearms, or ammunition, no contact with the co-defendants directly or indirectly, and a GPS monitor. We would ask that the court consider same or similar conditions, or if the court believes additional conditions of pretrial release are appropriate, or any elevated bonds, and or should use that discretion.
All right. Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
Nothing appropriate.
All right. In this case, sir, I'm going to require, as to the capital charges, I'm going to hold you no bond on those 2.
What this fool do?
As to the second-degree felonies, I'm going to require bail in the amount of $50,000 per count. As to the first-degree misdemeanors, I'm going to require bail in the amount of $2,000 on each count.
Hey, what up, Uncle?
I'm sorry.
Murder?
Hold on. The second-degree misdemeanor ones? Let's see.
I think the next should go the misdemeanor.
Red rum?
The 1 and 2.
Jesus.
So then this will be done.
Hold on. Yeah, these are all. So your 5 is no bond, and there should be another one down towards the bottom.
Right here. At 15, I believe.
That is no bond. No bond.
And then the 50,000.
No, the 50,000. So 1 and 2 are 2,000. Those are the first degree misdemeanor. And then
4 and 5.
4 and 5.
4 and 5 are the 50.
You mean 3 and 4?
He has, yes, our 3 is 1. Everybody has different numbers. It's difficult when we're not saying what charges are. Yes.
It's hard to
I'm
say,
going off
Teresa,
the
because
clerks.
everywhere is different.
So that we're all in the people who've got to do the paperwork, we know where we're at, okay?
Now you trying to get a bond on the wrong account.
No bond, yeah. No bond
double?
on the violations of probation.
Yes.
Damn.
All right. I'm going to require GPS as a condition of pretrial release. You are
Car
not
wash
to be
last week?
released until on the charges that I have set bail on. You're not to be released until the GPS electronic monitoring is affixed to your person. If you are released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report every week by phone, 7 days a week.
I got a question.
I'm not done yet. I'll come back to you.
My
Just
bad.
one, still
I
one I'm missing.
apologize.
It's okay. I'm also going to require that you have no contact with the co-defendants in this case. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're to have no contact with the decedent's families or the witnesses in this case. Make sure I got all of my things here. Okay, yes, sir. What did you want to tell me?
I was gonna ask, so I could get a bond on a charge that does not have no bond? Like, could I in the future?
No.
So are you asking me the ones that where I said no bond? Is it possible for you to get a bond in the future?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
that's up to the assigned judge if they have a motion in front of them. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Roush. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Next case is Thomas Shields.
Thomas Shields, come on down to the Price is Wrong.
Mr. Shields, you're charged with domestic violence battery prior conviction, domestic violence battery by strangulation, and domestic violence battery on a person 65 years of age or older. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Why?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the arrest warrant and complaint affidavit, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, Mr. Shields, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is
Double
set
flush.
at $10,000 on each count. Once you're released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Thank you, Mr. Shields. Please step to your left.
Yes, ma'am.
The next case is Edwin Soto.
Edwin Soto, come on down to the Price is Wrong.
Mr. Soto, you're charged with robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon, armed burglary with assault or battery, armed kidnapping, tampering and a felony life capital proceeding, possession of cocaine, and resisting or obstructing an
Yayo.
officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you in this case?
Why?
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. And I see that the assistant state attorney is approaching the podium.
Yes, Your Honor. The kidnapping and tampering are all life felonies pursuant to the bond schedule. It says requesting that the defendant be held no bond on those counts. Thank you.
Hey, Florida's definitely wild.
Soto, as to your possession of cocaine charge and resisting it
The
or obstructing an
Yayo.
officer without violence charge, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000 on the cocaine possession charge and
Damn,
$1,000
Your Honor.
on the resisting or
Stop
obstructing
saying
an
that.
officer without violence charge. Once you're released, you need to report
Normal
to
day here in
pretrial release,
Orlando.
pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately.
This is
Thereafter,
Polk
you
County.
need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're to have no contact with the victims in this case. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You also have to stay at least 500 feet away from the event location. And you have to submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay
Yes,
for.
Baker. It's actually running right now on
The state
YT.
has asked that on the robbery armed burglary with assault or battery, armed kidnapping, and tampering in a life felony,
Damn.
life capital proceeding charge,
wow.
that on those charges that I hold you no bond. And I do hold you no bond on those charges right now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Soto. Please step to your left. The next case is Robert Thompson.
It's posted at CollectCallFrom. Just look up at CollectCallFrom.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, you're charged with resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, disorderly conduct, possession or use of narcotics paraphernalia, and a violation of probation in case number 2023 CF 010213. The underlying charge is driving while license suspended or revoked. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, Your Honor.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on this case. I have reviewed the violation arrest warrant and violation of probation affidavit and the other arrest report, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. On the violation of probation charge, your bond status is no bond. But as to the new charges, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the resisting or obstructing an officer without violence charge, $2,000 on the cannabis charge, $1,000 on the paraphernalia charge, and $250 on the disorderly conduct charge. Once you're released, you need to report to the pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Please step to your left.
Have a blessed day.
Hey, so I'm going to switch over to Maricopa once this one's done.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you want to watch Maricopa, I am running it on YT on its own stream.
Nathaniel Toothman.
Yes, ma'am.
If you will.
1 second, Mr.
Maricopa's running on YT right now.
Did it go in? Yeah, I don't know why. It's okay.
So if you want to watch Maricopa, jump on over to at CollectCallFrom on YT.
You're on a KPS from case number 2025 MM2497. The underlying charge is petty theft, and it looks like you failed to appear at your arraignment. So a KPS was issued, but the judge who issued it said that you could be released on your own recognizance if you provide us a good address. Do you want to provide us a good address?
The address they have on file for me is a good address. I was just in jail. I've been in jail since April 1st, or April 3rd, I mean.
Okay, well, hold on 1 second. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I have reviewed the KPS, and I do find probable cause for this charge. All right. I guess the only thing that worries me is if they have that on file and Judge Cole said, well, you know, that, hey, I'll ROR you with a good address, and they already had that address, that leads me to believe that they think that's not a good address. Do you not have a mailbox there, or?
What is the, can I ask the address they have? Do you have that?
You're pulling it up. Hang on 1 second.
You gonna let me out or not, Your Honor?
Do we have, like,
You asked me for a good address. I gave it to you.
No mail receptacle. What is?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they posted up in pics if the mail came back.
Maricopa hasn't started yet. For those of you that want to jump on over, I got it. I'm looking at it on another screen right now.
Unless the clerk has something different, is 6641. That's that report.
Mute that, James.
6641.
Yes,
the one
we have.
An address in Davenport. Is that the one you're talking about, Mr. Toothman?
No, ma'am. I was saying 1817 Lake Brown Drive in Haines City.
Where?
1817 Lake what Drive?
Lake Brown Drive in Haines City.
Lake Brown, you said?
Lake Brown Drive, brown like the color, in Haines City.
Yes, ma'am.
33844.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's have a
33844.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you for providing that, Mr. Toothman, and you will be released on your own recognizance.
Ma'am, may I address one question, please?
I don't know if I can answer it, but you can ask me quickly.
I'm in here for another charge right now. As an unrelated charge. Even though I'm being ROR'd on this charge, will this time still count until I get out before that charge?
That's something you can talk to your attorney about, okay?
Yes,
Because that's going to take a little bit of time to discuss, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Toothman. All right, let's go over to the females at Central County Jail unless there's anyone left at South County.
Did somebody say
I don't see anyone left.
females?
Let's go to Mariah Bateman.
Mariah
Defense will waive
Bateman.
briefing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Do you want me to sign that one?
Oh, sorry, one sec. I'll jump on next date around.
Fluid, you missed.
All right. Miss Bateman, are you aware of what you're charged with?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you, and I have reviewed the citation and arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, ma'am, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $7,500 on the third-degree felony and $1,000 on the first-degree misdemeanor. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm also going to require a curfew of 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. Thank you, Ms. Bateman. Please step to your left. The next case is Azia Fluid.
Good afternoon.
If I'm a victim of it and trying to be here, what do I have to do?
What is it are you wanting to tell me something?
I want to not press the charges.
Okay, that's something you're going to need to see the state attorney's office about, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Lute, you're charged with domestic violence, battery, and false imprisonment. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for both charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release.
Mills.
Bail is set at $5,000 on each count. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Thank you, Ms. Fluid. Please step to your left.
Hey, she's a writer right there. She's with the business.
I'm sorry.
Hey, thank you for that follow. Highly appreciate that,
I
Riley.
did forget him. I'm so sorry.
WTF. Hey, thank you.
I'm so sorry. We have a private attorney, and
Brando.
I meant to go back to you, and I did not. Can you remind me which case you're here on?
He's here for Lopez Day.
Lopez, is our private attorney still here?
Yes, ma'am, for Daniel Lopez.
Lopez, whatever.
Court between courtrooms. So let me get to him real quick. Daniel Lopez, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and your attorney is present. I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for this charge. What would your attorney like to tell me?
Yes, ma'am. We have not had a chance yet to review the arrest report there. We would just simply ask for standard bond here.
All right. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
This is
You may
Florida.
not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times.
Not yet,
Thank
Linda.
you both very much. Have
My
a good
wife's
day.
making them right now.
Thank you.
Hey, if you want to watch Maricopa,
Thank you, ma'am. That's all for me. Can I be excused?
Maricopa is running on YT right now. If you want to watch Maricopa, at CollectCallFrom on YT, if you want to watch it. I'll start Maricopa over here on this side
Let me figure out where
as soon
I
as
was
Discord is
before
over.
the judge.
From Bartow.
All right, Brittany Mills.
Where's that at?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like you're here for a warrant from Hillsborough County on a failure to appear on a no valid driver's license. And because this is an out-of-county case, I cannot appoint a full public defender to represent you.
As well. They want to read the comments.
Hold on 1 second.
Hold up. OMG, really? Where is this? This is Polk County, Florida, in the state of Florida.
And they have at least, I have the bond, 250. You doing something different?
Hey, don't forget to hit that follow button. It's free 99.
Hillsborough County set your bond at $250, and I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant teletype confirmation, and I do find probable cause for this charge. If you're still in custody, May 22nd, if Hillsborough hasn't picked you up by then you'll be brought back to first appearance.
Hold on,
here,
let me make
okay?
it so smaller. Hold on.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mills. The next case is Heaven Mondragon.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that better?
Ma'am, you're charged
Or is this
with
better?
possession or use of drug paraphernalia, battery on a person detained in a
Thank you,
prisoner
Angel.
jail facility, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you, and I have reviewed the KPS, the state attorney's office information, and the arrest reports, and I do find probable cause on these charges.
Bagels, hopefully. Hey, Doughboy, gracias for that follow.
And you also have a violation of probation charge. And I'm going to ask the state about that one because I only have the first sheet on the arrest report for that one. I don't have the narrative on that one. But as to the new charges, and we'll
What up, Taylor?
circle back to the violation of probation charges. That's to the new charges. I do find probable cause on each of the new charges.
Shout out
And I'm
from
going to require
Tampa,
pretrial
Florida.
release with bail as condition of pretrial release. On the new charges,
Jules, thank you.
your bail is set at $1,000 on the
Manatee
paraphernalia
County.
charge, $5,000 on the battery by a person detained in a jail or prison facility charge, $2,000 on the cannabis charge, and $6,000 on the methamphetamine charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow
Blue versus
immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're also to submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim. You're to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times. Let me hear from the state attorney's office.
Hey, I think she's single. Anybody interested?
Clerk's office, if anybody has any more
Single,
information
ready
on
to
that violation of
mingle.
probation charge, because I only have the first sheet of it.
What up, Jennifer?
I don't know if Officer McKinney.
Is Officer McKinney from the Department of Corrections?
There he is.
Yes, ma'am. What can I help you with?
Oh, let's see him.
I don't have the second page of the report for the arrest report on the violation
damn,
of
he turned up.
probation.
Oh, there he is.
Charge, what,
Do you
I
have
don't know
a-
how.
Is it this?
Do you have the name and DC number, Your Honor?
Hold on 1 second, I got 2 people talking to me.
Okay. Take your time, Your Honor.
Maybe the clerk's office has the full thing.
GTLO.
Okay, and you're gone. But the one that's the violation of probation, is there a second sheet to that if you
Thank you
keep
for that
going?
daily. What up, make money?
Can I do it?
Oh, yeah, you could, I think it's a, I guess not.
So I just made it blue. Can you go, I'm just trying to make sure that's one report. Because mine was, it only had the first sheet. Okay, go up one more. Okay, okay, well, no, it looks like, well, you
Oh, thank you.
flip up, maybe it has it in there. And then keep going.
Got burritos this morning.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, let me see if it's anywhere. Can you go up a little more? I've read that, that's from the other one, keep going. Here we go. All right, I read it, the clerk's office has it on their screen, it just for some reason it wasn't when I was reviewing the information in the pretrials folder today. I do find probable cause for the violation of probation charge as well. And as to that count, ma'am, you're going to be held no bond at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please step to your left. Next case is Kelly Norman.
Here we go. Before somebody starts complaining, yeah, I can't see
Ms.
nothing.
Norman,
They're
your
so
charge
small.
was resisting or obstructing an officer without violence and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release.
What the hell is she doing to her leg?
$5,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office.
I don't know about no drug paraphernalia.
Ma'am, are you? I'm sorry, I was talking.
I'm sorry. I just didn't know about no paraphernalia. I didn't know about any of that.
Puppy pimples on her
Okay, well,
legs.
that's why I told you what your charges were.
Did she just lick her hand?
Yeah, and that's what I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't understand. I didn't have nothing in that car, and there was no paraphernalia as far as I know.
Okay.
There was
Well,
nothing.
what I hear you saying is that you disagree and that you think you've got some meritorious defenses when you get to the trial. And that's certainly something that can be presented at trial or that your, attorney can
just lost my
raise for
appetite.
you. All right? But we're at probable cause, and I do find probable cause for these charges. All right? Can I put?
Yes.
Okay. So I was in the middle of stating what I was going to require for your pretrial release conditions. So let me say them again. I'm going to require pretrial
Thank you for
release
that
with
hat.
bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000 on
Where's
the
the burrito?
resisting an officer without violence charge. I'm sorry, hold on. And $5,000 on the possession of methamphetamine charge, okay? Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis. And Ms. Norman, you can certainly get with your attorney about your defenses, okay? Thank you, ma'am. Next case is Harley Ann Sykes. Ms. Sykes, you're charged with use or possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, and I'm going to have a question for the state about that. Possession of methamphetamine and knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked, third or subsequent offense. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. And at least as to all the charges except for the cannabis over 20 grams, I do find probable cause for those charges. As on the possession of cannabis over 20 grams, and I'm directing this question to the state attorney's office, am I missing a weight that shows it's over 20 grams, the cannabis?
I don't see one in the affidavit, Your Honor. I am not asking for 24 hours.
You are not asking for 24 hours, you're just asking for, all right.
That's the lesson.
All right. So, Ms. Sykes, I don't find based on the affidavit that the cannabis was over 20 grams and the state is not asking for 24 hours to get an amended affidavit. But I do find probable cause as to the lesser of possession of cannabis under 20 grams.
Oh no, Bingo's mom. Oh, I just got a
All right.
visual of
So I'm
Dr.
going
Pimple
to
Popper.
require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge, $2,000 on the cannabis charge, and $7,500 on each of the remaining two charges. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
She's
You're
reflecting
also
on her
to
life.
submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you, Ms. Sykes. Please step to your left. Yes, 2,000 on the misdemeanors and 7,500 on the other two charge on the felonies.
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry?
That's the possession of cannabis is under 20. I didn't find probable cause for that. I only found it as to the left.
Up next is the Pimple Popper. Hey, look at her mouth movement. She's definitely on a good one right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
Oops,
I'm sorry. Nope, I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Going. You're so good. All right.
Okay.
Ain't nobody want none of that right there.
The
Relax,
next
relax,
case is
deputy,
Ashley Woods.
sheriff.
Is her? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Woods, you're charged in this case with violation of injunction for protection against domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint public defender to represent you?
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you, and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
What the hell is she
You may
doing
not
now?
use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times. You cannot contact the victim in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Ms. Woods. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
This way.
All right, we're going to switch to the males at Central County Jail. First case is Joel Alberti Diaz.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. Let's see what it is going to be. Should be interesting. So far, it's been pretty
All right,
interesting
you're
cases
charged
here
with
in
no
Florida.
valid driving without a valid driver's license and possession of cannabis resin. Would you like for me to appoint public defender to represent you?
Resin?
Yes.
I originally appointed public defender to represent you, and I have reviewed the arrest report and citations, and I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Bail is set at $6,000 on the possession of cannabis resin charge and $250 on the no valid driver's license charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone.
These
twice
are
a
other
week,
stories.
Every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left. The next case is Michelangelo Aliferi.
Michelangelo.
Yes, ma'am.
Charged with burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, and petty theft and possession of burglary tools with intent to use them. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the arrest warrant and complaint affidavit, and I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of
Donatello
pretrial
got
release.
away.
Your bail is set at $7,500 on the burglary charge, $5,000 on the F3 criminal mischief, $1,000 or more charge, $250 on the petty theft charge, and $5,000 on the possession with of burglary tools charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report every week by phone 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times. You also must stay 500 feet away from the event location. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
What up, Joey?
Please step to your left.
Where you been at?
Next case is Christopher Bell.
She is wearing a cowboy hat. She is. Glitch in the Matrix.
Mr. Bell, you're charged with loitering or prowling. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charge.
They're in jail
In
already.
this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $300. Once you are released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the event location. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Good luck to you.
Hey, hope things get better for you, Joey.
Marvin Carter.
Poor Vato doesn't look good. Órale, papi.
Mr. Carter, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint public defender to represent you?
Agua.
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have
What up, Fern
reviewed
Dog?
the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for this charge. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times.
Can't
Thank you,
hear.
Mr. Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
Next case is Isaiah.
Is that Carrot Top right there? That looks like Carrot Top.
All right.
Last time I saw him, he
Fisher?
wasn't doing too good.
Yeah, sure. Come on, right here.
Hurry up.
Right there.
Right there, boy.
Are you charged with possession of cannabis not more than 20 grams and possession of drug paraphernalia? Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release and bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,500 on the cannabis charge,
Wheel of
$1,000
misfortune.
on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you are released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Please step to your left. Next case is Jason Fussell.
And they got sandals on. It looks like they don't have anything on, but they got those old sandals from LA County. Those things are freaking hard.
Mr. Fussell, you're charged with domestic violence battery with a prior conviction. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case, and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at, can you pull up this, the recommendation real quick? I just want to make sure I have something right on there. Oh, that one. Yep, okay. And then the arrest report real quick.
So the people for pretrial, they gotta check in. They gotta check in. It's kind of like probation, and they gotta call in, or they have a GPS or both, which is kind of wild if you think about it. GPS, and I gotta call you. Like, make that make sense. That's a recipe for violation right there. No, this is Florida. You're thinking about Maricopa County, but yeah, they don't do that in Maricopa
Your bail
anymore.
is set at $6,000. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services in Bartow immediately upon your arrest.
I got a
in
probation
person.
today. Hell yeah,
Thereafter,
hey, that's
you need
what's
to
up.
report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
'Cause I
You may
switched
not
over from
use, possess,
Arizona.
or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you also must have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, school, place of employment at all times. You cannot contact the victim in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Mr. Fussell. Good luck to you. Next case is Ivan Galvin Resto.
What's up with Ivan with a gray shirt?
It looks like you're here on a KPS related to case number 2025 CF 574. It was a failure to appear for pretrial. And I know we need to set a 5-day hearing on this one. Is that the date?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, thank
Would you
you.
like for me to appoint is the public? All right, you already have the public defender appointed, so they'll continue to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the KPS. I do find probable cause for the charge, and right now the KPS has your status as no bond, so that's the situation. We'll go for a hearing before the assigned judge on May 21st at 8:30 a.m. All right?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. Next case is Christopher Galvin.
I don't think any of them are getting out. I haven't heard them say OR. And Arizona's currently going on right now. But just we're watching this.
Gaskin. Sorry, Mr.
Gaskin.
Gaskin. Christopher Gaskin.
$5 million. I was about to
All
spit
right,
my
so
water
you're
out
charged
imperfectly
with
perfect.
Resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, driving while licensed, suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender. And then you've got
Arizona's
you've
muted.
got several charges of violation of probation related to case number 2024 CF 6851. 4 of those counts. Would you like for me to appoint public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you, Mr. Gaskin. And I do find probable cause for all of the counts after reviewing their arrest reports and the citation. As to the violations of probation charges, those 4, your bond status is no bond. As to the new charges of resisting or obstructing an officer without violence and license suspended or revoked, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set on the felony driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender
I
charge
can't
at
hear. Thank you.
$8,000. Your bail is set at $1,000 on the resisting or obstructing an officer charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you, Mr. Gaskin. Good luck to you.
Have a great day.
Dang, that fool don't care. That was all happy.
This is Cristobal Gomez.
He's like, man, I'm gonna get 3 meals a day. I got these shorts and these sandals. What else do I need?
Mr. Gomez, it looks like you are here in case number 2024 CF7214 for 3 counts of violation of probation. And I have a question for the state.
3.
As a page I don't have.
Put your hand down, boy.
My copy is not, doesn't have the.
Herman Munster.
It says see Durad on a
3, yeah, 3.
page, but I don't have it
Don't act all surprised now.
for his.
Acting all brand new, committing all those crimes. 3. Who cares? You did 1, 2, or 3. I've been watching a good minute. I enjoy. Hey, thank you, Alyssa.
And then I see
Ice
see
Immigration.
Durad
Gracias for
on
the follow.
following page.
Hey, Kyle, thank you for the, or Kylie, thank you for the follow. I highly appreciate that. 3 too many.
This, and is this what you're looking for?
Well, no, because if you go see, look, you know how.
Ashley, thank you for the follow.
reports
Cody,
have
thank
to
you for
be
the follow.
signed, which is signed,
Nelly,
and
thank
then
you
they
for the
have to be
follow.
at the notary,
La Migra.
the law
What up,
enforcement
H-Bam? How you
notary,
been?
and I don't have one that's notarized.
And if you haven't done
And it
so,
says
please
the
do so.
attached jurat,
Hit
and
that
I
follow
don't-
button. It's free
I don't have a
99.
notary, and I don't have a jurat.
Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. It's free for you. It's
Like,
free for me.
basically, It's basically a notary. So it's good. I don't have either one of those.
Spider.
Unless you have something I don't have.
This is all, this is all I have.
Pretrial doesn't
James,
have
you're
it
so
either.
funny. I need that. Made
Yeah,
me
all the
laugh.
arrest
Made
reports
my
have to
day.
have
Hey,
the-
thank you.
That's why you always do the law enforcement notary.
I'm glad I could help you laugh with other
So,
people's misery, if you will.
Nobody has
Drop
any
that daily
paperwork
heart.
with
Thank
anything
you.
different than what I have seen, Mr. Gomez. So I'm gonna give the, right now, I don't find it's not a.
Hey, thank you, Jill, for buying that subscription.
report
Highly
doesn't
appreciate
meet the
it.
requirements, so I'm gonna ask that you be brought back tomorrow. I'm gonna give the state 24 hours to get an amended report,
Is
okay?
this live?
So you'll see the judge tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sorry for the inconvenience.
Or is this AI generated? This is a different page because I know.
I'm gonna give him 24 hours.
Yeah, Cody,
to submit
I got 2 accounts. You're on the big account here.
notarize this. It's
Emily, thank you for the follow.
Green.
All right, next case is Demario Green.
This is the small account. Oh, I got to charge on my
Next, all
phone.
right, Mr. Green, you're charged with violation of injunction for protection against domestic violence. Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Did somebody say
Did you
mustache?
say no?
Yes, ma'am. No.
So you don't want one?
No, ma'am.
I was just making sure I heard you. Okay, and if you change your mind, you can always ask the assigned judge to consider appointing a public defender, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That fool said I'm going pro
I have
per.
reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release, Mr. Green. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office immediately in person in Bartow. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You're to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Yes, sir.
We have minor children with each other. That was in the original injunction, which that's why it was used, the Talking Parent app, when that message was sent, only because that there's been the issues with my daughter that I had no information on. And that's what the app I was using to communicate with my wife regarding the situation. And there's nothing I can do about it because she won't allow me to really talk to my kids. But I have no injunction against my kids.
And what I'm hearing you say is that you think you've got a meritorious defense. And your attorney can go over with you the arrest report, but it includes alleged copies of the messages from that.
My leg went to
from
sleep.
that application that did not relate to child care, did not relate to
I was
your
stuck
children.
there for a moment.
So sounds like you got a lot to talk to your attorney about. Okay.
But the question is about my kids, because it said that I can't have no contact, but me and her both work at the same place. And that's what the modified was, because I haven't been nowhere near her. I made multiple police reports and she came near me. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do that work for me, because
this is a
that's
family
something you
court.
can talk to your attorney about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Green. Next case is Khalif Harris.
Not the time to plead your case, if you will. I can't hear
Mr.
nothing.
Harris, you're charged with possession or
You talk
use of
too
drug
much.
paraphernalia charge in possession of methamphetamine. Would you like to have me appoint? Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to
This is
represent you
Pope.
in this case. But Mr. Harris, the pretrial services says you have a significant number of failures to appear. So and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for the charges. So in this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as a condition of pretrial release, because they're reporting 11 failures to appear.
I appreciate you guys.
Failures appears. There's a couple of them about 4 of them failure appears that I have nothing to even involved with. I was incarcerated during the time they said that was failure to appear, so they shouldn't be on there. I say about 7 of them I might have at the most is what I got. And 11, that's really crazy. I don't know why that is. I mean, I've even been in here before, and they sent me downstairs to get fingerprinted for a charge over in Sarasota for driving on suspended license when I wasn't even ever in Sarasota.
Okay, well, I'm glad I appointed the public defender then, because that's something you can talk to about with them. And if those are not accurate, then they can file the appropriate motion for the judge that is assigned to the case to consider lowering your bail, okay?
Sniffy
But right
sticker
now,
is
I'm going to
wild.
require, I did find probable cause for all the
What up,
charges.
girl?
And I am going to require bail and GPS electronic monitoring as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set on the possession of methamphetamine charge at $7,500. Your bail is set on the drug paraphernalia charge at $1,000. Once you're released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow in person immediately. And you may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor has been affixed to your person.
May I ask
After you, hold on, not right now, and I'm still talking. So after you have your GPS electronic monitor affixed and you go and do your first initial in-person report to pretrial release, thereafter you need to report every week by phone 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. And it sounds like, Mr. Harris, you were asking about bond reduction. That's certainly something your attorney can file the appropriate motion in front of the assigned judge, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. Next case is Jeffrey Hartman.
Damn, hey, Florida's definitely a lot more interesting than Maricopa, if you will.
Today.
Hey, Mr. Hartman. You're charged with misuse of 911 or E911 system. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
No.
Okay, if you change your mind, you can always ask the assigned judge to consider appointing them, okay?
Thank you.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report in this case, and I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release.
Hey, what up,
Your
Lynn?
bail is set at $1,000. Once you're released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person, right away.
What up,
Thereafter,
country?
you need to report every week by phone to pretrial release services on Thursdays. So just on Thursdays. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
I wonder
I'm
what
just
Carrot
curious,
Top did.
Is this going to be written down because I had a really bad head injury when I was 16?
It's on your PR.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Should we go
You
through
take
this
care.
story? Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You got a
Thank you. All
TMI,
right,
if
next
you will.
case is Caleb Hernandez.
And you know what? That's what we're trying to figure out. Is anybody from Florida? Have you ever been in this jail? If you could give us
Did you raise me again?
some information on what the colors mean here. What does gray
Mr.
top
Hernandez,
mean?
you are charged with violation of probation, leaving the scene of a crash, leaving the scene of a crash without rendering aid, and the crash involved injury, fleeing or attempting to elude an officer,
Thank
and
you for that,
operating motor vehicle without a registration. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report and the citations, and I do
Didn't
find
receive their
probable cause for
stickers
all
yet.
the charges. As to the violation of probation, because it's an alleged violation of probation right now, your bond status is no bond on those. But as to the new charges, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the F3, leaving the scene of a crash involving injury without rendering aid.
Thank you for that daily heart.
$2,000 on the fleeing or attempting to elude, and $250 on the operating a vehicle without a motor vehicle registration. Once you are released, you need to report to pretrial
These
release
are
services
stickers.
office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 2 times a week, every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you, sir. Please step to your
Laverne
left.
in the house. That's right. Is that
Next
Laverne
case
by
is
San
Carmen
Dimas?
Hudson.
Dripping paint art. That's right. I like that.
Hudson Bonded.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. All right.
Hudson Bonded.
Off of the
They sent the
210
email- They sent
freeway.
the email to I wanted.
James,
Well,
please make a hoodie
probably
someday.
called me
I
and
do.
that's
I am.
it.
I'm gonna get on
All
it.
right. Sorry about that, Deputy. I wanted to I missed that. You told me. All right. The next case is Shamal Hunter.
This is a Polk County, Florida court. We're watching initial
Hunter,
appearances.
it looks like you're here on a warrant from Miami-Dade on a violation of probation charge, and you're also here on a new charge of resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. As to the Polk County new charge, would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on the resisting an officer without violence charge. And as to both charges, I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype, and I do find probable cause for both charges. Right now, your bond status is no bond on the violation of probation charge. But as to the new charge, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the resisting an officer without violence charge. Once you're released, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And your bail is set at $2,000 on that count. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Please step to your left. Next case is Poncho Ryan Anthony Jaquez.
All right, let's see. Let's see what this guy's up for.
All right, sir, you are charged with loitering or prowling, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you,
welcome.
and I have reviewed the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge, $1,000 on the drug
Yep.
paraphernalia charge, and $250 on the loitering or prowling charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Good luck to you, sir.
Vayas con
Next
Dios.
case is Dwayne Knowles.
He's approaching.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mr. Knowles, it looks like you're here for an order regarding case number 2024 CF7414. There was a KPS issued in that case due to another charge. So right now your bond status is no bond. Does he have the public defender? Okay.
Ma'am, I came to court yesterday, and they told me that they was gonna go ahead and get a hold of my paid lawyer, and he was supposed to be here today. I was wondering what happened.
Well, the clerk's telling me you have a public defender on this case.
Okay, 2 days ago I came.
This is gonna be good.
And
This is gonna be good.
My public defender case is about. The one yesterday was pretrial release violation, and that's what I was supposed to be here today for, is to have my lawyer here to talk to defend me.
Okay, so the clerk's telling me that that you have a motion and to withdraw your attorney, and they were assuming that it was they didn't know if it was a public defender or private attorney, so it could be a private attorney. But whichever attorney you have on the case will represent you on this case right now, okay?
So that way. Man, y'all ignorant.
Is anybody seeing my
And I did
comments?
find probable cause for it, and it's no bond. All right, next case is Andre Lomax.
Oh.
That's
Good
what you're.
afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I think he
Good
passed,
afternoon.
I want to say.
All right, it looks like you have a fugitive from justice warrant from the United States Marshals Service on a violation of probation charge and the underlying charge. Are you
You're
aware of
welcome.
what the underlying charge is?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind, you can always
said-
ask me.
You say the underlying charge is like domestic violence?
No, I asked you if you knew what it was and you said yes, but it's
Florida.
sale of cocaine.
Oh,
The
yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yayo.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah,
I thought
I
it
did
was like
that.
the new charge I had caught or something.
No, but it's violation of probation on that, sale of cocaine charge. And you said you did not want me to appoint the public defender, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype, and I do find probable cause for the charge. Because it's an alleged violation of probation right now, your bond status is no bond. So that's the situation, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Situation,
Thank
you
you,
say?
Mr. Lomax. Please step to your left.
Have
The
a good
next case, you too. Next case is Patrick McReynolds.
Maybe they got money to hire their own lawyers. I know I wouldn't be able to afford my own lawyer. I'm gonna be at the court's mercy with a public
McReynolds,
pretender.
You were charged with
Thank you for that daily.
failure owner or operator to maintain required insurance, unlawful possession of suspended or revoked driver's license, tampering with physical evidence, resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked, third or subsequent conviction. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the citations in the arrest report, and I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $250 on the failure to maintain required insurance, $250 on the unlawful possession of suspended or revoked driver's license, $6,000 on the tampering with physical evidence charge, $1,000 on resisting or obstructing an officer without violence, $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge, $5,000 on the possession of methamphetamine charge, and $5,000 on the knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked.
It's a
or
long story,
subsequent
Ryan.
offense.
It's a long
Once
story.
you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis. Mr. McReynolds.
Thank you.
Next case is just Jordan Mullins. Jordan Mullins.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mullins. It looks like you're here because there was a KPS issued for case number 2024 CF 367, all of those underlying accounts because of a failure to appear at mandatory docketing. To see if the public defender
The CA.
is on.
The CA. Court reporter.
He is sorry. It looks like, Mr. Mullins, you have a court-appointed attorney, and that attorney will continue to represent you in this matter, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I have reviewed the KPS, and I do find probable cause for all of the counts. The KPS sets you right now, your bond status at no bond. So that's the situation right now, okay?
Is this
Just
live?
going to stay at no bond with me being incarcerated.
You're
I've
gonna
been
stay no
incarcerated 9
bond.
years.
You're gonna stay no bond right now, and then your attorney can always file the appropriate motion in front of the assigned judge, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Will I be back next week or anything like that anytime soon?
I don't think you go back till the 27th, May 27th.
Carrot Top's still there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Mullins, good luck. Next case is Randy Nuzzo.
Oh, my light turned off.
All right, Mr. Nuzzo, you're charged with 2 counts of domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
No, I have one.
You have your own attorney?
Yeah, I just can't call him. I just got a hold of one and I have one. And I have.
Okay. All right. I have reviewed the arrest report in this case, and I do find probable
They got
cause
shoes on.
for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on each count. Once you are released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim. You cannot contact the victim in any way, shape, or form. And you have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times.
What was the last?
Additionally, you may not.
Oh, what
You
her
may not
cowboy hat?
possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for.
They are wearing
Thank you,
shorts.
Mr. Nuzzo.
Can I speak with you a minute? To
No.
explain something?
This is not your trial. This is the probable cause. This, I'm here to, I'm here
I
to
can't-
review.
That's
I'm
it.
talking, hold on. You heard the 3 purposes, and so we've gone through those 3
This guy.
purposes, okay?
Yeah, I was wondering if I could make a statement.
Mm,
I mean, she did in my behalf because of the situation.
What situation?
If you're, all right, let's hear it. And if you're telling me, if you're gonna tell me your facts of your case, it's not
Yeah, the
something
facts-
that I'm gonna hear, but go ahead.
There's police reports on it. The facts of the case is she came to the house twice. It's not been staying there. Now I have no vehicle, came and took 2. I reported it. 2 sets of keys, one to my car, one to my truck. Left me vandalized, with no vehicle. Now I get arrested, and then she also filed, which you're already doing, this is a woman that's, if you've fought this case before, has to do with fighting over the house. She's pressing charge of using the law to do this. I will fight this in court with the lawyer, but meantime, I have to do all this. I have no transportation to do all this. She has 2 sets of keys. She has her own truck, has my car keys and
She
my
don't
truck
care.
keys. I reported this. She denies it. I tried to talk to my attorney. My attorney said you have to do this.
Sir,
writ
step to your
something, it's a
left.
Spanish word for. She said that take forever. So she said basically just have a new set made up, which I get. Okay, I'm gonna do.
What I'm hearing you say, Mr. Nuzzo, is that you don't agree with the charges and that you feel like maybe you've got some charges or some actions against the victim in this case. And that's not before me today.
It has to do with my transportation. How am I gonna get to these places?
She
Even
don't
to leave-
care.
to leave
I
the
don't
house to go to
care.
My mother's.
Right, but that's not something that
You
I
ring the
help
bell.
you with.
She
That's
lives
something
all-
you've got, that's something you have to talk to your attorney about. All right, thank you, Mr. Nuzzo. Please step to your left. The next case is Joe Phillips.
Got a call.
Mr. Phillips is making his way forward. Mr. Phillips, it looks like you're here for a KPS from case number 2024 CF 11032 for and all of the counts on that. It looks like you had a failure to appear at your pretrial hearing on that. So does he have an attorney on this? I'm sorry. This is Joe Phillips.
Oh, yes, he already has one for you.
Is
Yes.
it a
Biddy.
All right, so Mr. Phillips, the Public Defender's Office has already been appointed to represent you in this case, and they'll continue to represent you. I have reviewed the KPS. I do find probable cause for the charge, and right now, the KPS has your bond status at no bond, so that's the situation, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Take care.
Thank you.
Next case is Jaden
Yes, ma'am.
here. Yes, ma'am.
That's the one we're bringing back tomorrow. He's been on call.
Jaden Pleakin. All right, so he's to bring back for tomorrow?
You come back.
Okay. I didn't hear the reason why.
Yes.
All right. The next case is George Powell.
Did she,
George Powell.
did she say George Cow?
All right. Mr. Powell, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Why?
Okay, if you change your mind, you can always talk to the assigned judge about that. I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow in person immediately. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're to have no contact with the victim. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence,
Go to my YouTube
vehicle,
page at
school,
CollectCallFrom.
place of employment at all times.
They run there all the time. I got the
I
money
live
throughout
there.
the day.
I don't have anywhere else to live.
I understand, sir. That's the situation right now. All right? Take care.
This way.
Next case is Jeremiah Robinson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson.
We're in
Right.
Florida.
It looks like pretrial services notes that Mr. Robinson has cases that
Thank
he's
you.
out on bond on in case number 2024 CT 4359, 25 CT 1791, and 25 MM 1755. But Mr. Robinson, you've got the charges you're here in front of me today on, which are possession of cannabis not more than 20 grams, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and driving while license suspended or revoked.
You
As
ain't
to
lying,
the new
Richie
charges,
Rich.
would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on those new charges. And I have reviewed the arrest report and citation, and I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the cannabis and the drug paraphernalia charge, $2,000 on each count, and $250 on the driving while license suspended or revoked charge. Once you're released, you need to report to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random drug tests that you're required, random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Is there anything anyone wants to tell me about the open cases?
For the 2012, 2025 MM case, he's out on bond. for the 25 CT 1791 case.
He's out.
Sorry, it's out on bond. And then lastly, 2024 case. Four, 3, 5, 9. He is also out on bond, Your Honor. So the state is requesting that Benedict Parker in those 3 cases.
All right, Mr. Robinson, because you have those open cases, the state is asking that I revoke your bond on the open cases due to the new charges and that I hold you no bond on those open cases. And that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to revoke your bond in case number 2024 CT 4359, 2025 CT 1791, and 2025 MM 1755. And you'll be held no bond on those cases at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I have one question. When would my next trial be?
I don't know when your trial will be.
My next court date.
Oh, I think, Mr. Robinson,
The next court date would be the 30th.
I think it's May 30th,
May 30th?
sir. All right, thank you, sir. Please step to your left. Next case is Sean Snap.
James now.
I'm sorry, sir. Oh, I thought I heard someone say something. Are you Mr. Sean Snap?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Snap, Pre-Call Services says you have an open case that you're out on bond on in case number 2024 CF 5021. But the charges you're here in front of me today are new charges: possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on those new charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. The bail is set at $6,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Is there anything anyone wants to tell me about the open case?
Yes, Your Honor. He is on bond. The state is requesting
Mustache in my bio.
All right, Mr. Snap, the state is asking that I revoke your bond pursuant to Parker v. State on your open case and hold you no bond on that open case, and that is what I'm going to do. So I revoke your bond in case number 2024 CF 5021, and right now your bond status on that is no bond.
Ma'am, might I say something? The case, it's not the same case. It's not one is a drug charge and one is a theft charge. There should be no reason for Parker versus State. They're not the same case. They're not the same charges. I'm going to trial. I'm going to trial on my other case, and I really need to be out to handle some stuff on my new case because I'm going to trial on the 6th of next month. So Parker versus State, I'm asking. I don't understand why you would go for this when they're not the same charge. I really need to be out.
Because you have new crimes. You're alleged to have committed new crimes, but I've made my decision and I have revoked your bond, okay? But that's something you can talk to your attorney about because they can always file a motion with the judge who's assigned to the case. All right. The next case is Richard Clark Boots.
No, pues wow.
All right, sir. It looks like you are here for a charge of willfully attempting to defraud a urine drug test and then 12 counts of violation of probation. And the violations of probation are for probations in Seminole, Hillsborough, and in Polk.
So I actually, Your Honor, I'm not on probation in Polk and Seminole. I've got time served for both those cases. The only probation I'm on is Hillsborough. I did 10 months to get rid of those other two counties. I'm not on probation in Polk or Seminole anymore.
Is that right?
As of like 3 months ago. I'm on probation for Hillsborough, but Polk and Seminole, I got time served for both of those.
All right, does the state have any further information than what's in the court file?
I'll look in book records on for the 2024 CF 954.
Because what I'm looking at is it says that, and this is the probation officer says that the offender's on probation with the Florida Department of Corrections for, and then they list two Polk case numbers, 2024 CF 001188 and 2024 CF 1686. And that's the only information I have. I have what's also on our docket. And then let me check one
I
other
think they
thing.
need a drop one, flush one.
Actually, for 9504, there's an order revoking probation from August 28th, 2024. Non-pro back to August 14th, 2024. And let's see here. Methamphetamine paraphernalia resisting without violence. And the probation was revoked, and he was sentenced 210 days in the Polk County Jail. So it doesn't appear that it should apply for at least those 3 counts of 954.
For the Polk.
Yes.
Do you have any information about the Seminole or Hillsborough County?
Seminole, I got sentenced to 295 days. That was actually, I was actually released in March of this year. Hillsborough, I'm still on probation for. I got time served for both of those counties.
I don't think I have anything, and if the court has a teletype that's been confirmed, then I think that's the most accurate or most recent information we would have.
I don't have a teletype.
You want to see if I have?
I hope if you have one, I would have one, but yeah, because pre-trial doesn't have one. But we'll see. But at least as to the new charge of willfully attempting to defraud the urine drug test, I do find probable cause after reviewing the arrest report for that charge. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I
And that
provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on that charge. Yes, sir.
Well, just my question is it's, so I have a charge in Polk and I have a violation of probation in Hillsborough County. Is that correct?
Yeah. And we're working through the rest of it. So hold on.
Okay, here's a, I think this is the detainer for Hillsborough.
Yeah,
It's loading.
I have this. That's all I'm checking.
It's the detainer Hillsborough. Okay.
Well, I was going to say, right now, I don't know if we're going to be in.
This appears to be a teletype from Hillsborough County.
Oh, man.
It'd be nice if I had.
I get it from the sheriff's office site. Not a touchscreen.
This is the one from Hillsborough.
Correct.
Well, look, I know I'm on probation for Hillsborough. It's Seminole County is the one that because you said Seminole and Polk. I'm not on probation in either one of those counties.
And the state attorney's office agrees that that the violations of probation for Polk, those charges shouldn't be here, right? Is that what I'm hearing from the state?
Yeah, the Polk.
So the Polk charges have been revoked, so.
And Seminole as well.
I'm not there yet. We're trying to work through it.
I think I also saw a teletype for Seminole, but I have to course look at that one off.
Here, I'll let you. I see the one for Hillsborough for all of the Hillsborough accounts. I do find probable cause as to the violations of probation for Hillsborough County. And right now, your bonds, and I have reviewed the teletypes and the arrest report, and your bond status on the Hillsborough violations of probation is no bond.
And here's the detainer for 7. Still not a touchscreen.
All right. Let me look at the detainer for Seminole.
What up, Tracy? Carrot Top or board guy? Who is the next price? Who's up on that price is wrong? Oh man. So
Seminole sent
tired.
a detainer saying that it was valid and that it's no bond on violation of probation. So at least right now, it's find probable cause as to that charge. I pointed the public defender, right?
What I don't understand is I was sentenced to 285 days and they terminated my probation. How can I be on probation in Seminole County? I was released from Seminole County in March. I literally was released from them with that.
Mr.
So-
McKinney? Do you have any information
Yes,
about
ma'am.
Seminole?
What's the name and DC number, Your Honor?
It's H23391 UTS.
UTZ.
The last name is UTZ Richard. And I have it. If you need any more information, let me know.
7.
Exactly what he said. That's what Mr. Utz said, right, Mr. Utz?
Yes.
All
So
right.
I'm off probation and Tier and Seminole. I have Hillsborough to deal with. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me the date that they got revoked for Seminole so I can put it inside?
But it's weird that there's a teletype from Seminole.
Looks like the Seminole case 23 CF 1605 was revoked December 19th, 2024, and the Polk cases were revoked August 14th, 2024. Polk case is 24 CF 0954.
These fools are
As to
super
those
bored.
charges, there's no probable cause for the violation of probation, for the Polk violations of probation, and for the Seminole County violations of probation, and he'll be ROR'd on those charges. As to all of the violation of probation counts for Hillsborough County, I already found probable cause, and your bond status
Some
is
Bruno's
no
on
bond on those
coffee.
right now. Now, going back to your new charge, did I already?
No, you didn't say bond.
Okay, your bond on the new charge is $2,000.
Arizona,
Once you're
Pima
released,
County.
on the new charge, you need to report immediately to pretrial release services office in Bartow.
What up,
In
JP?
person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Your Honor.
And your bail is set at $2,000.
She don't want to hear you no more.
So if I bail it on that, Hillsborough County's just going to come get me, right?
I mean, I don't want to play the what if game, so that's something you can talk
Yeah,
to your
Pima.
attorney about.
No, I'm asking you because it's going to be a matter of the courts. So if I bond out on these Polk County charges, they're going to come. Hillsborough County's going to come get me, right? For
I'm
the
not-
VOP?
They'll come when the time's right, but I don't have a timeline on that, okay? Thank you, Mr. Hetz. Take care.
Our Officer McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Officer McKinney. All right,
All
the
right.
next case is Ramon Valdez.
Let's see. Come on down to the price is wrong, Ramon Valdez.
All right, Mr. Valdez, you're charged with use or possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis under 20 grams, possession of methamphetamine. Would you like
Damn.
for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the methamphetamine charge, $1,000 on the cannabis charge, and $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you are released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow immediately in person. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Please step to your left.
I got a question. The other person that was in the car, they claimed everything was theirs. Does that?
That's not how I read it. They did, the way I read the affidavit is they claimed certain things were theirs, and then the stuff that was by where you were sitting, they did not claim that.
Damn,
I did
son.
find probable cause. All right. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left. Next case is James White.
Up next is gonna be James White, also known as Carrot Top.
All right, Mr. White, you're charged in this case with use or possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Additionally, appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the methamphetamine charge. And your bail is set at $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you're released, you need to report to pretrial release services office in Bartow. Immediately thereafter, you need to report by phone twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
So altogether, it's $600, right?
I mean, I'll let you do the math that you heard me say what the bail amounts were, okay? Thanks. All right, that's all I have unless anybody has anything else.
All right.
Good job, I Wanderson. Good job.
All right, let's switch on over.
Thanks, y'all. Take care. Bye. Go up record.
All right, I think Maricopa might still be going on right now, so we'll catch the tail end of Maricopa here.
For my
Maricopa,
part,
Arizona.
I'm going to make a household record, but I'm going to carry this around so that I remember to do it as soon as I get back to the office, okay? Oh, sorry. This is my note to try to start an email chain through the correctional health. And frankly, I can't direct you what to do. I'd be telling the sergeant like that. This hearing is recorded. It's live streamed on the internet. It is out there in the world. The sheriff's office now very unequivocally knows that you have this condition. So, all right, if you step to your left, she's going to tell you when to sign. You got to sign a couple times. She will give you a copy of what you're signing. It is the extradition waiver.
Next!
So officer for Brian Reichendaller and Ashton.
Hey, that cop, he has a weird stomach.
Because they've been isolated as potential risks of danger to themselves or others.
Can you move the mute button?
So I show
Sure.
both of them. I show
grab
one
it. Hold
non-accused
on.
side, that's Reichendaller and
I
Bizarre
got it.
Davis
I
from
think I got it
Kentucky.
right here. I got it. Hold on. I think I got the mute button.
Okay.
Hold on.
So I'm going to
kind of struggling with it over here. Hold on. The mute button. It's overtaking me.
Hold on. Here on
Got it. Oh, no, it's still there.
$1,000. It is a class 6 felony. And there's probably the court and appointing a lawyer to represent him. His next court date will be established after May 21 at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. This criminal hearing May 23rd.
I almost got it. I almost had it.
And on these facts of this very extensive criminal history, I'm inclined to set bail on the amount recommended by the state, which is $500. Well, they wanted 15. $500 secured. What I decided. $500 secured with written conditions that will go over with him, which include not going to the scene of the alleged
The struggle.
or contact any
Not that one.
Anthony Duffy's here on the warrant. In San Marcos Justice Court, where he's been charged with DUI.
Gotta be quicker than that.
One's impaired to 5 degrees. One is
Hey, Nikki, thank you for the follow.
And this is a failure to appear warrant dated April 14th, 2025. I am appointing a lawyer for him during an arraignment hearing May 20th at 10 in the morning in San Marcos Justice Court, and I'm currently planning to perform the bond in his case, which is $250 secured with written conditions I will go with him. If he changes after I see either of these defendants.
I can barely hear that woman.
Initial appearances, I will supplement with the call forward. Now we are going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you. I trust you.
How dare they? All right, guys. Hold on. I got something for you guys. Don't even trip. You know, I got courts. I got courts all day right here. Hold up. Hold up. I got removed. Damn, James, why they kick you out? We're going to go to Wisconsin now. Let's see here. Let me see. Hold up. Hold up. Let me see. Let me take this off mute.
Present from court. She's never missed court before, at least not from the assessment. She's never had any sort of violent charges previous to this one.
Damn, James, how do you have so many courts?
Her family lives here, Your Honor. And as long as she was
What up
only,
is the chicken girl?
in fourth place. She attends MATC. Your Honor, I do believe, I do understand why some cash notes probably appropriate, but I believe only $1,000 is appropriate, taking into account her lack of a record similar of this nature, but also at the same time recognizing the seriousness of the allegations here.
All right, anything else from the state?
No.
I have had an opportunity to review the Riverside affidavit or the probable cause affidavit. It is fairly detailed as these kind of statements go, which means I have a little bit more information than I might in
I don't know,
cases where
Cass.
there's not yet a complaint. Of course, it doesn't contain all of the information that a complaint might, and I also don't, not to overstate it, but I don't have a complaint, so I don't know at this point what the charges are going to be. That might be part of the deal, is that right now the state's trying to evaluate where charges would be proper or what they think they can prove. The Riverside affidavit seemingly contains a confession to certain of the offenses that are listed on the probable cause affidavit, though likely not the most serious one that's under consideration. There is an allegation in the affidavit of her initially attempting to hide the firearm. There's also information in there suggesting that after being stopped, she was quite cooperative with respect to the recovery of it, and provided a statement regarding some of the behaviors. I think this is kind of a case where the answer's in between based on what we have right now. I think I'm obligated to set some cash bail in this case in order to assure appearance in court. I do that recognizing what appears to be very clear evidence of, within the parameters of the probable cause affidavit, of course, regarding the possessory type offenses. There's more ambiguity, of course, as to what happened and what's going to be charged and what's alleged as to the more serious offense. I'll set cash bail here at $5,000. I am going to order that she not have contact with Andrea R., that she have no contact with Andrea R.'s immediate family, that she not be armed with any dangerous weapons. I'll order that she not be on Sweetgrass Drive in the city of Sunbury. I don't know if that's exactly a 1 block radius. It's probably greater than that, but in only one direction, but it's a sphere of privacy. The other thing is that we'll put this on for at least tentatively a bail hearing again tomorrow afternoon. If Ms. Alexander remains in custody at that point, it's expected that that would become an initial appearance. There'd be a complaint. Depending on what this charge and what that complaint looks like, this bail could change up, down, or stay the same, depending on those circumstances. We'll look at that at that time. I do have to set a court date in the event that she were post between now and then. And why don't we put that on for an initial appearance on, well, why not Monday the 19th at 8:30 if she posts out?
Dane County.
So worst case scenario for you today is that you can't post the bail. You're going to be back here tomorrow, and we're going to talk about it again. We'll look at this again, hopefully with a lot more information on both sides.
That's a jail suit. It's blue right here.
Able to post the bail, you can be released right away. You would then have court Monday morning over at the courthouse, and we'll give you all this in writing too. I hope things begin to get better for you. Good luck.
We'll go ahead and set it, but we're gonna set it.
Next, we'll do Dominique.
Sorry, give us just a second.
Any California courts? Nah, I don't know if any California courts that allow you to watch publicly or stream. No, nah, in this state, no, in this state they're blue, or this county. I don't know if it's Wisconsin. It's something with a W. I forget which one it is, but it's wherever the hell Dane County's at. County Blues. That's right. You know what time it is? Okay. Yeah, nah. San Diego, I think they do online, but you can stream them. So I typically stick to states and counties that allow streaming. Florida and Arizona are pretty good ones. Miami-Dade, Wisconsin. Thank you, Shelby. Highly appreciate that. Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Also, check us out at CollectCallFrom on YT. It's free. Try it. You'll like it. When I'm not streaming here on YT, I always got, I mean, if I'm not here on TT, then I'm on YT streaming. I got streams running throughout the day like clockwork. Especially Maricopa. Maricopa takes place every 3 hours up until 11 p.m., which is the last court. And this is Los Angeles time. So if you're in the East Coast, I think it's like 1 o'clock, right? If it's 11 in LA, then it'll be like 1 o'clock on the East Coast. So if you want to catch the late night courts in the East Coast, check us out at 1 a.m. if you will. Right. Hey, thank you, Courtney T1D. Highly appreciate it. Or 2 a.m. Thank you, 313. Highly appreciate. Damn, what's your power bill like with running? Damn, don't even say nothing because my wife pays it. I pay the internet and the water. Or do I pay the power? I pay one of those bills. I don't even know. I just got an automatic debit. It's 322 in Connecticut. Some courtrooms in Cook County, Chicago, let you stream on YT. Really? I'll double check because I was looking them up. I couldn't find any. The ones that I found, they say you can stream.
1127, 1128, and 1150. Appearances, please.
Well,
Certified intern Joshua Mina for the state under the supervision of
this is a
BDK
cool setup.
Gracias.
Appears by attorney William Rakestraw, who's calling is eligible for public defender representation. We are in receipt of other criminal complaints, waiting for reading, enter pleas of not guilty for all misdemeanors.
Okay, thank you. The complaints suggest that there may be pending cases. Let me just find out where best to assign the case to.
Highland.
Yeah, looks like there are 3.
What? It's on Tubi? Really?
I'm sorry, 4 pending felony cases assigned to Judge Highland. There's also a misdemeanor case assigned to him. So this case, or these new cases, should be assigned to that same judge. Does the state have a position regarding bail on these matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would use cash bail as appropriate. In the amount of $750 spread over these 3 cases. The defendant previously had a bench report put out for them after a failure to appear on September 26th of 2024. She also is subject to a lifetime revocation.
Hey, thank you, Tracy. Highly appreciate that.
She has violated the condition of not to operate a motor vehicle. So, state would use cash bail is appropriate. We ask for $250 and we ask for an additional condition that did not operate a motor vehicle.
And I suppose we can go through the cases, but any information about what she's posted, if anything. In the
Steven, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate you guys. And for those of you that want to keep up to date, you should sign up for our Discord server at CollectCallFrom.
A quick look would say at least $2,000 in case 23 CF 1030.
That's what my notes have too.
Okay. And sounds like Mr. Rakestraw, you were going through them and that's the only one where there's cash.
Yes, that's okay.
Okay.
What the?
And the state's position was 750 total or 750 on each case.
I can see this on YT. Yeah, you can. Yep.
Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to request a signature bond for my client. I understand that she is at least alleged to have violated her rules of bail for prior cases, but these do not appear to be scenarios where there is significant or violent behavior going on. It appears she's just driving a car. I don't know if that warrants a
Who wants to watch the freak offs?
Response. It's my understanding that she did miss court, but she's made it up. She's been making her appearance in court. I think there's 1 miss in 2 years or something of that nature. But she's been making all her court appearances, Your Honor. She obviously has strong ties to the community. She's not a flight risk. She lives here. She has 3 children live here. She's attending ATC, Your Honor. She was formerly employed at St. Mary's, so I'm not believe she's a flight risk. I understand that, and I've spoken to Ms. Coleman and explained to her that she's not allowed to drive a car. but I do not believe that warrants cash bail, Your Honor. And that's why I'm requesting today's signature bond on all cases.
I gotta tell you, I'm not likely to follow either of those recommendations, but perhaps either party has more you want to add regarding that.
No, Your Honor, just, I agree with the defense that there doesn't seem to be violent behavior here, but there is evidence to suggest that the defendant might have a problem complying with court orders, which would lead to risk of non-appearance that would like to mitigate that.
And anything else, Mr. Rigsby?
Your Honor, if you're thinking about giving cash bails, where you're going with this, I would ask that you keep in mind that Ms. Cohen is public defender eligible indigent, and try and keep the bill as low as you can.
Sure, and I always have an obligation to try to set that at the lowest amount necessary to achieve the statutory goals. What we know is that however many, it's a significant number of pending cases, including multiple felony OWI cases, with signed bond conditions agreeing not to drive. And one of those cases having $2,000 pledged as part of the promise not to drive has been apparently completely ineffective to prevent her from driving. It's not as though they're just completely sort of technical violations because of some old driver's license status issue. She has multiple pending OWI cases, including a fifth offense OWI that carries mandatory prison if she's convicted, a fourth with a minor passenger allegation. The driving records says that her license is revoked for prior dangerous driving type behaviors. It's not like it's an unpaid ticket or something like that. And the two new complaints just sort of suggest she just doesn't give a darn about following the conditions of bond. The complaint in case 25 CF 1128 makes that very plain, where she's quoted as telling the officer who stopped her, quote, "I can drive if I want to, I don't care." And that, quote, she doesn't stand for a loss, end quote, when she gets stopped for driving, which the officer took as indicating she would continue to violate her bail conditions and the conditions set by the courts and drive her vehicle freely when she chose to. That last phrase is not her phrase, it's the characterization in the complaint based on what she told the officer. Nothing else we've done has seemed to be effective to keep her from violating the law in this respect. I'm not setting anything less than $1,000 on each case here. That's in total across these three cases, not much more than she posted on the last case. And maybe that'll get her to start caring about following these bail conditions. She'll have conditions of bond in each of these cases not to operate a motor vehicle, and we'll get them all scheduled for a prelim within the next 10 days.
Our next one, when we are ready, will be Curtis Berry.
And then it brings up the branch if you add that when you're doing waiving. I see that. This time it doesn't bring up the branch, it's like when it's a misdemeanor.
Add the activity and it's preliminary hearing.
And they're all gonna get rid of it, so you're gonna take the same.
This is 25.
No tickets.
Oh, that's right.
Because they're not, and they're over 500. So we have to do them with 10 days. Either one of those supposed to be there. Land charge, legitimacy. In this case, if Manfred has 3 slots open, I take them because we don't really have victims to choose for. I go out a little bit further if we have to, if we have to victim, we have to notify.
Yeah, it's the
I don't know if you will.
Yeah. Make it come up. Yep, so I'm off on May 26th.
That's right. Always different points. So this one's good. She's missing, but she's in custody, so she'll go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I just. Yeah, was the only
Balin.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna switch it up. We got a different court now.
So there are situations where like.
We're gonna do a different court here. Damn, James, where do you be finding all these courts? What do you think I'm doing when I'm sitting over here? I'm looking for different courts. All right, let's see what this gentleman is. The volume's off.
Same day. So there is a need to protect the victim.
She's here with me.
We would ask for a no contact with J.M. as in Michael or her residence.
J.M.
J.M. Yeah, as in Michael or her residence, and also no alcohol.
I'm at. Right, is J.M. present? Right. You're not expected or required to say anything. If there is anything you would like to say, I'd like to give you the opportunity, but please don't feel as if you're obligated to say anything. If you'd like to say something, go ahead.
Calm down.
What I'm going to do, the protocol in La Crosse County is that we want victims to meet with the victim witness coordinator who will explain the purposes behind the no contact, explain the options that are available. And then if you wish to have the no contact lifted, we'll get it on the calendar right away. Since you're in court, what I'll do is put this on for tomorrow at 2:00 for a hearing on the no contact. I will ask that you meet with the victim witness coordinator. You can stop at the DA's office after court, set up a time to talk. And then if you still wish to have the no contact lifted tomorrow, we will take that up. Okay? I just want to make sure you've got a full understanding of the options and. Pardon? Okay. Well, we'll let you speak with her before court. I'll put it on the calendar tomorrow. In the meantime, Mr. Brown, I'll allow you a $5,000 signature bond for today's purposes. There'll be two conditions: no contact with JM and no alcohol. Awesome. So I'm going to ask that you stay somewhere else tonight, and then we'll take up the no contact again tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Do I gotta go down somewhere, or am I good to go? Okay.
You do have to go through the, did I set bond the 5,000, right? Signature. And then, Mr. Brown, you do have to go through the booking process. So I'll ask that you stop at the sheriff's department on the way out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. David Lee Long, 25 CM 369.
Damn, who's on crutches?
Julie Nelson appears for the state.
Crystal Rice asking to lift the no contact. Ms. Nelson?
Yes, sorry, Judge, I'm just pulling up that case. Yes, so CR is requesting to lift the no contact. Our understanding was that she may appear via Zoom. We are still objecting. The state has concerns with the no contact being lifted at this time. The likelihood of law enforcement involvement if the parties have contact is high.
Ms. Nelson, she's not here, so.
Oh, okay.
Let me just be sure again. Crystal Rice, right? There's no one on Zoom. She's not in the courtroom. Mr. Long, given the fact that she's not here to make the request, the DA's office is objecting. I'm going to leave the no contact condition in place today. If she wishes to schedule another hearing, appear and make the request herself, and she can certainly do that. Okay. Yeah. But at least for today's purposes, the no contact remains in place.
Okay, Your Honor, I am still waiting for the appointment of an attorney through the public defender. I don't know if has there been anything entered into the record for that?
I'm looking for something else right now. So as soon as I find it, I'll bring it up right now.
Right, it looks like
It looks like you're putting us to sleep, Your Honor, without the
you were to
respect.
reapply with the public defender as of May 6th.
I did.
There is a letter from the public defender confirming that you do qualify, and they are seeking counsel for you. So I would just suggest that you stay in contact with the public defender's office. It may be that there was a conflict, so they have to appoint an attorney in private practice to represent you. Sometimes that can take a while.
Mm-hmm.
So just stay in contact with the public defender about that.
Okay. And then you'll be setting another hearing for a future date?
No, you've already got a couple of dates that were set at the last hearing. There's a pretrial conference, May 30th at 1:30. If for some reason you don't have an attorney by then, that may have to be continued. But that's at the DA's office at 1:30 on May 30th. And then a status call before Judge Doyle, October 23rd at 10 a.m.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, Amy Lund, 25 FO 103 and 104.
Julie Nelson appears for the
All right,
state.
Mark Hartley, 25 FO 64. Mr. Hartley, if you can step up here as well. Same incident or different incidents?
Different.
Different, okay.
All right, let's switch over. Let's switch over to back to the
Ms. Lund, in your case,
I didn't think it was gonna be this boring. Let's see here. We'll go back to Dane.
So NYASIA or any member of her family. State is also requesting that the defendant be banned the 2800 block of Warner Street, Madison. That before the defendant is released, if he is able to post, he report to Dane County Pretrial Services for remote GPS monitoring. In case 25 CF 1156, the state is requesting many non-monetary conditions, so I'll go through them slowly. The state is first requesting that the defendant have no contact again with Nicesia H. State is further requesting that the defendant be banned from the 2800 block of Warner Street, Madison. State is requesting that the defendant be specifically banned from any other residence of Nicesia H from her place of employment or any place she may temporarily occupy. State is requesting that, again, if the defendant is able to post before he is released, he report to Dane County Pretrial Services for remote GPS monitoring, as well as drug monitoring. The state would make a request that the defendant to go along with that, not use or possess any controlled substances or drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. State is also requesting that the defendant not use or possess any dangerous weapons, as that term is defined by statute. The state is requesting further that the court find cause regarding the likelihood of future intimidation of this victim under Wisconsin statute 940.47. The state is requesting that the court make a specific order under that chapter that one, the defendant not violate Wisconsin statutes 940.42 to 940.45. For reference, those are the intimidation statutes. Under Wisconsin statute 940.473, the state is requesting that the defendant not be within 500 feet of the victim at any time. And under Wisconsin statute 940.47 sub 4, the state is requesting that the court find cause that The defendant should have no communication with the victim except via an attorney, and then only under reasonable restrictions set by the court.
Thank you for that, Daily Heart.
So obviously that's a lot of non-monetary conditions and a lot of cash in this case. This will now be, these are the defendant's third and fourth open cases involving the same intimate partner victim. There's a child in common. That child will be a couple of months old. When we look at the older cases, the defendant is charged with some pretty serious offenses as well as Act 3 offenses. In case 24 CF 2000, he's charged with misdemeanor intimidation of a victim, battery, second-degree reckless endangering safety. That was the first case with an incident date of May 16th of last year. Then a second case with the incident date of October 9th of last year. Now with these two new open cases, when we specifically look at 25 CF 1156, that also includes new Act 3 offenses against the same victim. This case, that being 25 CF 1156, includes another charge of intimidating a victim.
What up, Jeanette?
Give me one moment, Your Honor. There's a lot of notes, obviously, that go along with this case. My notes indicate that there are statements involved in that case, 1156, from witnesses that further reflect efforts by the defendant to intimidate this victim, as reflected with the charges again in the oldest and most serious case, as well as this newest one. In that case, the victim herself did not want to report right away. The event was with her when police called. State does believe that there are reasonable conditions and a reasonable basis for the court to make the requested findings regarding intimidation and other contact by the victim. There's also a plethora of other acts evidence that I won't go into specifically, but in case 25 CF 1156, it seems as though there's a history of this behavior. The state does have deep concern for the victim, for her safety, and for the risk of intimidation. State does believe that substantial cash bail across these two cases is appropriate, and that the stringent monetary conditions requested by the state are also appropriate.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rickstrom?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to request cash bail on you. That's 12,000.
That's right. Yeah, across the two cases. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to request cash bail in the amount of $1,200. I believe that for my client, that is a significant amount of money, but I do understand with this being the third and fourth charges, third and fourth cases involving the same person, even though there's still only allegations. I understand why this kind of point where cash bail is probably going to be assigned. Therefore, I request cash bail, I believe, $1,000 excessive. I'm asking for $100. Mr. Gentry has strong ties to the community, lived in Madison area his entire life. His child lives here. He works here, Your Honor. I understand these are serious charges. They are, again, only allegations. But I understand that accumulation becomes a thing, and that's why I understand why cash bail is appropriate. I just believe $100 is more appropriate. I even think Mr. Gentry can post that. But yes, I know he will not be able to post $1,000.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No. Oh, sorry. The only other thing is, I understand the non-monetary conditions, other than I don't believe it's bail won't be to specifically cite specific statutes, as they are already statutes, and if he violates them, they are breaking the law. They do not need to be in his bail condition, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sure. Well, give me 1 second to re-review those specific sections that were cited. My recollection is that one of them does contain sort of an odd quirk about ordering the person to comply with what would otherwise be the law anyway. So let me just look to see.
There we go. No lady at 11. I miss Maricopa. Maricopa is on YT. I streamed that one on YT. If you missed it, everything that I stream here on TT, everything's archived on YT. So you could check us out at CollectCallFrom. The fire vid. Did you see it? No, I haven't seen it. I've been on here. So I haven't had a chance to get off of here. Did she come on? No lady at 11. Yeah, I didn't. We were watching Florida, Polk County. Dixie, thank you, Dixie. Highly appreciated that. Hey, Misty, thank you for the follow. I tagged you. Yeah, I still haven't. I've been on here. I'm streaming on here. So once I get a chance, I'll go ahead and check out that video. Thank you for the tag, though. Yeah, I haven't had a moment to get off of this live yet.
Well, I have had an opportunity to briefly look at the complaints in the two pending cases, and I note that there's a pending motion scheduled for a hearing in about a week on whether to join those two cases. That's ironic because I have the two complaints in front of me today that also could pretty easily been brought on one criminal complaint. Maybe there's another joiner motion at some point in the future. I raise that point because actually it cuts a couple of different ways. One is that I don't think it's appropriate for me to set bail in a higher amount based on the fact that there's two complaints than what it might have looked like had it just been in one big complaint. But at the same time, I suppose there's something to the argument that it's one now of what's alleged to be multiple separate episodes of these sorts of behaviors. And so it's all concerning. He's out on a signature bond in the other cases, so he doesn't have a history of posting bail. He didn't have cash bail on the line when these things are alleged to have occurred. He, according to the PSA, has no prior adult criminal record, and that's certainly to his credit.
What happened? What? It froze. I don't know what happened. Oh, no, wait. I'm responsive. Hold up. I'll give it a moment here to check if it clears up. Let me see here. Okay. Try to refresh the page. Oh, that's it. What? They cut it? Oh, hell nah. We got done dirty. Anyhow, hey guys, it's time for me to take a break. Sheesh, I've been on way longer than I expected. I was only gonna stay until noon, so it's already about to be 1 o'clock. I gotta go and take care of some things, but I'll be back later, guys. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a thing. It's free for you. It's free for me. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Hey, thank you, Dixie. Highly appreciate you. Let me see. Hey, and everybody. Hey, America_Lee. Nikki, thank you for the follow. What up, Supper Row? Jen, see you later. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. Hopefully, you got your daily dose of reality here. Don't do rugs. Don't kidnap people. Don't do DUIs. Hey, just don't be an alpha person out there. Be kind to others, if you will. Hey, thank you, Taurus. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a collect call from. Stay out of Pima, yeah, and the penitentiary. Hey, cat laters, stay out the police's way. Yep. Hey, Dixie, thank you, everybody. Hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a collect call from, and like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, I am out. Rato.